We okay. I know it's been like Saturday. Yeah, it's been Saturday. Um, be cozy with oh, I oh, bad. Um, yeah, my bad. I was doing dishes. I woke up right at 9. Because the thing is, I have alarms clear time. You know, me streaming at 9 my time. Yeah. Oopsie. That's my day's been going already. I still technically have this, you know. Kirby Oogly Woogly. Hey, what's going on? We're gonna be getting back into more our life. I sound like I just woke up. It's because I kinda did. Nothing much. Hi Summer. Hi Nick. How are you guys? What's going on? Because it's been like almost a week. Seeing you guys, at least on my channel. I know I've been seeing you guys here with other people. Ah, fuck. You right, you right. I need... Ow! You right, I was. I need to not freaking... I need to, Hi! Sorry, I was like... half asleep mumbling. My bad. Yeah. So usually when I do that, it cuts out. But yeah, we're getting back into, our life. Just some nice comfy cozy time. But yeah. I do feel bad because I haven't really been streaming, but again, I did make that announcement. I'm just like, okay, have to stick to that. Oh, you just came in to join me? I left. Let me get to this stream. It's a little nice, like, VN. Like, there's the top of it. I just, covered. But, it's a nice little comfy cozy dating sim. The one that's on the screen is Cove. He's the main love interest. No. Continue. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So I'm on the step 3, which is like the last one, I think. Why is this one specifically not there? Do I have to have like multiple? Oh. Sorry, excuse me. I think I might have to have another DLC. Well, I obviously needed a different DLC for this, but I got the DLC late in the game, so I'm actually going to be playing through this twice. I'm not going to be doing any of the DLCs now. But I'm just going to do the main ones, and then Summer Ended and stuff like that. So I'm not sure. But it's a quite like nice, comfy, cozy, sweet game. I like it very much. You get to see me gushing about like this fictional boy who is just as socially well, not as socially, he's gotten a lot better at his social stuff. Me on the other hand, oopsie. So we did errands last time, and oh my god, we both got left by our families doing errands. I did not like that. And he saw how upset I got about that. So, yeah. So we're at Fox, which now that's making me a bit nervous. What are we talking about? Uh-oh. Here. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan. But you didn't. Oh, you really didn't mind that, right? I need to be moved on the screen. Hold up. Get over here, me. You guys are up there, but I don't know if it's easier to just keep you there. But the tapping worked its way into those dreams. Focusing more, you realize it was coming from your window. A grin popped on your face, as though it had been waiting all day for this. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this was really a true Coveism. He'd rather scale your house than wait a couple extra minutes for you to come down. Love this boy. Okay, so, I believe it was step 2. So the last step, where he would constantly be like scaling the house to come to your window, to like come in, say hi and stuff like that. And it was so cute. Hi, B. Hey, I'm not stinky, you're stinky. But no, it is cute and romantic. He was just like, I don't want... Well, he did it initially, like, to sneak out, obviously. But now it's just like, it's just the way he does it. It's so cute. But B, no, you're stinky. I'm not stinky, you're stinky. But hi. At least the family's used to this way. Give me your hand, boy. You offered Cove a hand to help him in. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help steady the last bit of his entrance. He needed the help despite how many times he'd done this.
Hey.
I forgot he's got the little bit higher voice. Hey, Hoshi. So, welcome home. You think my mom should invest in some bigger windows? You think they should invest in some bigger windows? Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. It'd make my life easier, that's for sure. Cove's voice came out quietly with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone vibrating cut him off. You both turned to where it rested a little further up on your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's a. You're in the shop back at Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly. Oopsie. Hi, Phantom. How are you, cutie? I just you had a day off the other day. I'm hoping that you rested well, but I know that you're just gonna say you did and make me not worry, but I'm worried.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. You sure? You sure about that? What if it's... Thanks. You shuffled forward and scooped the little noisemaker into your hand. You flipped it over and checked the caller ID. Oh, it's Miranda. You doing alright? If you worried, now be glad you don't know my work schedule for the... Phantom. Phantom. Why would you say this? Why would you say this to me? Boy! Hi. 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 Hi, Embers. Also, Phantom, you're so lucky I can't just, like, rattle you right now. Hi, how are you? I will get you, boy. It's Miranda. Oh, you should answer. I want to say hi too. He's so cute. You have 3 doubles this week, Sunday being a mid to close, and Tuesday being an open to close double. That's also... I have a few choice words for your work, Phantom. They're not nice. Who knows? Hi, Han. Yes, I'm doing well. Thank you very much. How are you doing? Oh, thank you for redeeming Nummies, Han. But I actually brought some stuff over for Nummies. I'll do some food gummy. If you heard that, no you didn't. Well, yes you did, it's really loud. Food gummy. You're alright. You're just looking for the finishing work in 2 hours? Oh, heck yeah. Whenever you get to finish work is nice. Phantom, you say you'll be fine, but you're always dead after work. I don't like that. I really don't. You're covering it up with the "I'll be fine" line, and oh my god, whenever I would say, "Oh yeah, I'm fine," fucking when I was in like a residential setting, freaking one of the first things that one of the people there told me was that the F in fine stands fucked up. That's the only thing I remember. It was like fine is when you say fine, it usually means you're fucked up. I don't remember what the I was. It was like ill or something like that. N was not okay, and E was like it might have been like exhausted or something like that, but it definitely like was not good. I'm like, Jesus. Now, if you say you're okay, I'll find an acronym for that too. Wait, Ember, your mail is gonna be done on your birthday? Yippee! That's so exciting to look forward to! Ooh, I can't wait to see it. So now, do you accept the call and set on speaker? I forgot I had the dolphin charm on there. So cute. Hi, Miranda. Hi. August 12th? Oh, heck yeah. That's exciting. Ooh, there was something off about her tone. Hope met your gaze, and you saw the same confusion in his expression. Cookie says hi. Tell Cookie darling I say hi too.
Have you heard from Terry?
Oh. Wait. At all? Or did you hear about her from Cove? What's going on with Terry? No, she hasn't called me. But Cove is with me right now. Hey. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, G! How's it going, hon? I thank you for the head pat and love. How are you? We just got to a point of, other than me scolding one of my friends, apparently something's going on. Oh, maybe this is... Oh, hi, Cove. You okay now? Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no before realizing that it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it.
No.
No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. Muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. What happened to Terry? So, G, if you're confused, Phantom Saber is different than, Phantom Knight. Yeah, this is a different Phantom, I know. Yeah. No problem. It's okay. No, yeah, it's confusing when there's, like, two different people that start their, line with Phantom. I just saw of it. I'm like, boy, why aren't you my server? But no, yeah, it's okay. Okay, so this is a tense moment. Oh. Okay, so at that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Uh-oh.
Terry doesn't like me anymore, if she ever did.
What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah. Why do you think that? Why is there a wet stretch in my redeems? Wet stretch, is when I hydrate and stretch. I just like making funny names for them. Yeah. I just like making funny names to make people think twice. You're so scared. I don't see, the thing is, everyone's like, gets so scared at it. I'm like, why are you scared? Thank you for redeeming the wet stretch. Yeah, okay. You know why? What do you mean I know why? I actually don't. Like, y'all think I know why. Like, you all are like, oh, what the why do you have this? And I'm like, whoa. It implies silly things. I was like, what, do I, like, pour water over myself and then stretch like they do on, like, the sports field? Thank you for the lurk, Unis. That's the only other kind of wet stretch I can think of, because I used to do sports and we used to splash each other with water all the time after like a round. It also got us pumped. We'd like yell in excitement. It's like, all right, we're going back in. Your mind's so dirty, Rip. No, it's okay. It's okay. I think many people think that too. Yes, Phantom. Yes, Phantom. No, you. But thank you, hon. I mean, I'm just a little silly goober. Wait, why was that message? What message was blocked? Phantom's? Phantom's message was blocked on your end? I don't know. I don't think Twitch likes the whole, like... I don't know. Twitch doesn't like the, like... thing. You're silly goober that can come get my arms. Huddle. Huddle. Those sound so good right now, actually. Yeah, no, Twitch does not like flirting, even if it's the most, like, innocent thing possible. Yeah. Okay, smart. Uh-oh. But now I'm like, why is Marantz crying? Fuck. She sniffled and there was a pause as you could hear her shift the to her hand. Phantom. Well, joke's on you, Twitch. I'm a whore and will continue to be a flirtatious whore. No, that's a mood. That's a mood. That's an absolute mood. Love that for you.
Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. You realized her parents probably went to bed so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried telling her it was okay to just spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to.
You glanced at Cole. He looked equally unsure as you about where the story was going. It didn't sound like a friendship ending situation.
I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous, like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could have kept watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded.
Do I have a reference sheet? Haha. Next question. No. No, I actually don't. I'm working on it because I'm making a few changes. Once I get my 2.0 PNG, she's going. Yeah. I mean, most things are the same, but not an official one, no. But need to remind you of the time on Bugsy's stream when someone asked Glyph if they were talking to a car, and Glyph said, "The only cat I got is the one I was born with." And my response was like, "What fucking violent?" I remember that. Ransom, I remember that. No. Oh yeah, my chest eye does blink. Yes, it does. It needs to blink sometimes too, you know? Thank you. But yeah, Phantom, I do remember that. I do remember that. I would purr into the mic, but I don't know if it'll catch, and I don't know if I'll be able to do it right now. I say this because I have been able to find a way to actually purr. It's a lot. It's not the way cats actually do it, because like cats, when they purr, it's the vibration of their throat muscles. But for me, it's more of a being able to roll my R's. So definitely a different way of doing it, but still can. I just know my mic's gonna be a little bitch and not want to pick it up. You can growl. I can make quite a few animal noises, but I'm like, probably shouldn't.
I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong.
I could definitely make the goofiest noises. Oh, absolutely, same.
Did she stay in the end?
No.
No. We got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home and when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed rest, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore.
Your coworkers tell you to quit your job and do voice acting. Hey, I mean, you can do your job and try to find voice acting on the side until you could, because unfortunately, voice acting is really hard to get into. Trust me, I've tried. I've been trying, but yeah. But if you want to try your hand at voice acting, I have a few places you can look to start trying. Yeah. If you want after stream, I can send you some links and stuff like that. Yeah, of course. You've been told to do the same thing? Well then, do I have places and links for you too? Alright, after stream, I have a note. I will be sending you guys to a server, and then, there's this one place. Does that include you getting into my arms so I can cuddle you? Yes. Yes, I want the cuddle. I want the cuddle so bad. I am touch starved. Let's go. Exactly. Yes, Phantom. Oh my god, yeah. I forgot I sent that picture in. Yes. Yes, I've actually, I've lost a lot of weight since I took that picture, so I don't know if they're as comfy anymore. Only, oh, this like we're taking an ad break, but only with, my thighs rather than anything else. Do I have an ass? No, but I have thighs. Yeah. 8 ads? Oh my god. I mean, I do have it set for 3 minutes, but goddamn. Eight, 30 seconds each. Hey, it should only be 6. Fuck? Twitch said fuck. What the fuck? Alright, unless I'm over 15 seconds. Fuck. We're just compensating for something. I don't know what it's compensating for, but it's compensating. I don't like I don't like that one bit. Bro, it's only been 30 minutes. The fuck? Ah, but chill. The fuck is wrong with you? I don't like that. Oh my god. Okay, I'm hoping it's done. Oh, I'm not sure anymore. Could be on some shit, that's all I know. Wait, okay, so 8 ads in 3 minutes. Some of them gotta be 15 seconds, though. That's wild. Yeah, I suppose while I do this, just look over what's going on here. You could hear every bit of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor, but Cove recovered and spoke gently. You gotta go to work now? That is absolutely fine, hon. Talk to you later. Bye, hon. I hope work goes well for you. Yeah, I'll send you those links after stream. Yes. Hearts. I'm really sorry.
I mean,
There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad. That she's just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda's sniffing continued. You hoped she had plenty of tissues handy. It's really weird that she ever acted like that. Not a big deal. It'll be okay. I do hope Terry's alright, but it is really weird that she reacted that way. You couldn't wrap your mind around it. This seemed so unlike Terry, and maybe that's why it was bothering Miranda so much. Miranda's voice sounded a little bit more collected after finishing her story, but you knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she'd have reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. Apology accepted. Don't worry about it.
right.
Right? You can tell us. Thank you. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that all right?
If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright?
We can.
Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye.
Bye. Bye. Oh, that didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back in bed. Cove crossed his arms, frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. I mean, I'd definitely be worried. I'd feel confident that it'd work out well, but I'm worried. Biting the inside of your cheek, you stared at the ground. Hearing Miranda so distraught like that was not easy. And what about Terry? The uncertainty was tearing you up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together. Flopping back on your bed, you stared at his face. We should probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. He'd stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look on him. Yeah, I'm worried about her too. He bounced up and moved to his side, ready to act on whatever plan you come up with. Cove started with the easiest thing. He pulled out his phone and called Terry. Cove let it ring and ring and ring and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Your shoulders slumped. Cove looked even more troubled, if that was possible. He turned to you as if for some life. Could you try calling? I'm gonna send a text, just like, hey, I was trying to reach you, call me, or something. Yeah. You took up your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of interminable rings, the line went dead. No answer, no voice. Hanging up, you saw a Cove visibly deflate. He rubbed his arm, eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting, we barely know anything, and we're supposed to just wait and see. Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and you frowned. They're gonna get over you. there's no way Cherry has answered you. You're making me anxious. I need to try to relax. Okay, now out of all of these, I say you need to try to relax. Obviously, yes, it makes me anxious. You need to try to relax. Both stared hard at the screen as though he was trying to will a new message to appear. Bro, that's me though. Especially like when there's fights and stuff like that. As your words sank in, his gaze slid over towards you. Just a little bit? Come on. You're working yourself up. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and released this. It wasn't much, but you could see him ease up his breath. Yeah, you're probably right. Bo was still gripping his phone with both hands as though it might fly away if he let go. He looked to you with almost painful earnestness. Should we? What do we even say if we do hear from one of them? His pacing resumed as he attempted to answer his question. We should probably tell them to talk to each other instead of only us. Maybe. He slowly came to another halt, like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story. We should just comfort Miranda and let up Terry. I don't know. We should only tell them to work it out between themselves. That's it. You wondered why you always had to come up with things insane. Okay, so for me, I would want to hear Terry's side of the story. But I do know, because they're our best friends, I want to hear it. I would want to comfort Miranda and let up with Terry, but at the same time, they're both our friends, right? It would make most sense to let them just work it out between themselves, but, you know, they're both our friends. And you want to I'd want to make sure that they're both, comfy with each other. I want to hear Terry's side of the story, though. Nothing could be done until you knew what she thought of this. That much was true. Cove nodded slightly. For several minutes, you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because she won't have to pretend or explain. Yeah, that might be the only way to get her attention. You can't do that. Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit she talked to us. You felt way too overwhelmed to know what to say next. I think you're pushing too much. It's not a good idea, Cove. Not at all. Why are you so fixated? I mean, unfortunately, it is the only way to get her attention. It is the only way to get her attention, but unfortunately, yeah, we can't because Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit it. Unfortunately, yes, it's between the two of them, but I feel like it just hey, is everything alright? More than, But obviously, I'd be fixated on it too. Come on. They're both my friends. Come on. Can't do that. Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit she talked to us. Miranda called you, asking if Terry had opened up about it, and then she told us about what happened in private. She didn't know if Terry would be okay with any of it. That doesn't make it fine to do that to her. Terry isn't talking to Miranda at all. If you want to tell Terry, we could still talk to Miranda about it first.
I get it.
We could, but if Miranda wanted it to be a big secret, then she should have just said that. And if she does want to hide it, I don't think we should. Being really mean right now. You just stop, right? We still should call Miranda. Way too overwhelmed. Being tense doesn't mean it's okay to act. I mean, I think we should still come around. It's only fair. For a moment, Cove thought about what you said. Calmly. I'm not saying we can't tell Terry ever, but we just have to talk to her about it so she understands. Small noise escaped his lips, while the frustration of the situation crumbled away from his face, and he spoke softly. Thanks. I'm glad it's not just me with all this happening. Cove took one last look at his phone, and then his effort at a smile was meager but earnest.
It's okay.
We can just forget about it for a while. Terry will talk to us when she wants. I'll just... Finally, that sounds good to me. I'd like to be alone for a couple leave. I'll smudge a little bit, because yeah, it's like, hey, at least we got to that point. Even the slight lessening of tension between you and Cove was working wonders on your shaking heart. The last thing any of you needed was more division among your friends. The silence stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock on your bedroom door and Mom peeked in. Just wanted to check on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? When she saw you were there, she opened the door all the way. Ma was standing there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space. Oh, what's going on? No, we're okay. It's just Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost on you.
I am so sorry.
That's too bad. Sorry there's trouble with your friend, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help?
Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts or if Miranda does.
Well, we can at least help you take your mind off of things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, another great idea, Lonnie. We can get the whole gang together for some quality time. The moms are great. Mom gave you a soft smile and added, and this will be good, especially since it might help make up for what happened at the farmer's market. Oh, so you remember. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on... I hate the popping peas. Sorry. Pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cliff.
It's no trouble.
And of course, Cliff will be welcome. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you. Your mom's spirit. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thanks. That's nice of you.
You're welcome.
Don't sweat it, not so kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax and we'll call you when it's all together. Aw, literally, the moms are so sweet. Like, I do wish my parents were as, like, open and engaging as this, but at the same time, I understand why. But at least we're like, oh yeah, you want to come over for, like, dinner or something like that? So, it's not and I because unfortunately I'm very scared. They know that, so at least we try to make it like a monthly thing now since we've moved out. But yeah, it's nice. You nodded and your mom's dispersed for now, springing into action for their impromptu get-together. You flopped down on your bed, feeling like you could sink into it and disappear. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on a chair to the side. You sighed at the same time, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile of pep. He gave his phone another quick check, and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yep, this is crap, huh? Yep. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek, as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Oh, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make the act. That got a pointed pause in his movement. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together. He spoke in a fragile voice. When people when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it. I wish. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that's impossible. So, oh well, I guess. His attempt at giving a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Oh, shit. I forgot. Okay, so it's not that I forgot this, but he's gone through this before. With his parents, because his parents are divorced. For any of you that have not been here for that. So like he's still on good relations with his dad. He's still on good relations with his mom, but they're both separated. So it's a little. I know it's kind of hard for him still, even knowing that. So. Yeah, it makes me feel horrible too. True, but you're right. It can't be helped. It's whatever. Other people can do what they want, right? Yeah, it can't be.
I know.
Oh. He replied like he could barely muster the strength to speak. Oh. Well, we just have to focus on the things we can impact. Or at least try. You turned to Cove, hoping your eyes conveyed the message you were feeling better than your words. The gentle nod told you. There was a question you had asked. Yep. Is it because of what happened with your parents? Bo ran a hand through his hair, a strange smile spreading across his lip. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Just as quickly as it came, his smile was gone, lost amidst his far away gaze. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. Despite knowing him for so many years, Cove had never spoken of the years before he moved to Sunset Bird, before his parents separated, in any detail. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them. I think they got along when I was a baby. I mean, they had to have wanted to be with each other at some point. But when I was old enough to remember anything, it was already bad. There was always something wrong, and I could never help. I just wanted them to be happy. You tried to imagine your mom's breaking up, and the very idea scared you. But Cove had endured that for real. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
No. Despite the revelation, Cove is reassuring. It's not like that anymore. Things are so different now. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself, and he continued, you could barely hear it. Oh, I guess it's pretty obvious. Get over here, boy. We're hugging. You crossed the room, picking up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes wide. He shot out of the chair and stood waiting for you with a nonplussed look. Or plus. When you collided into him, wrapping your arms around his middle and knocking the air out of his lungs, all mystery was gone. Cove squeaked. Oh, he's a very emotional boy. He's a very emotional boy. He needs comfort.
Oh.
Oh. He returned the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you pressed your cheek into the warmth of his chest. The tension stuck inside. You released like a river flowing into the ocean. The firmness of his hug told you Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and closeness for just a bit. When he finally did, kept hold of your hand. The two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed.
Well,
The day was long, huh? Yeah, it was. I leaned against. Oh, I leaned against. So, I'm very cuddly by nature, but I realized I'm very, like, um, at least from all the times that I've been presented with being able to kiss someone, I'm very, like, wary about it. Like, because you saw that there was the option to kiss him. I feel like there's only, like, certain moments and reasons to kiss someone. Like, because for me, it's different between kissing someone on the cheek and forehead versus kissing them on the lips. So, I don't know. That's just my personal, like, prospect on that. But, yeah, I very much know that I am very, scared of when it comes to, like, oh, kissing someone on the lips. It, that might be, like, at least to me, from trying to see it from someone else's perspective, that might seem a little childish, but I mean, that's that's just how it is. I don't know. Resting the side of your head onto his shoulder, you glanced up at his face. He watched you affectionately. In that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a blunt smile at that. You chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder.
me too.
I think so too. He couldn't sit still anymore. Cove leaned in, delicately pressing his lips to your forehead, and he raised one free hand to lightly touch your jaw. Your breath got caught in your throat, and you remembered to breathe. Blood rushed to your face, turning your skin a deep red. You tried not to think about how hot you were feeling, because after everything that happened today, you were just grateful for the moment. And for a while, you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you, and the sun fell with it. Wait, what was going on with the mom setting something up? Huh? The warming calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I think my phone just vibrated. Well, you better find out if it did. Right. He patted his pockets, fumbling in his panic, and yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. Bro, that is a freaking mood. His eyebrows, hold up, his eyes honed in on the screen. Yes, just his squiggly eyebrows. It's Terry. Thank God. She says she's sorry. He looked back to you, eyes wide, and his nerves started to fray once more. So, what should I say? I don't know. Give it a second. I need to think. Tell her to call us. What's going on? Ask if she's talking. Climb up. Tell her to call us. Okay. He flashed you a shaky smile as he began to type. You suspected that he'd had similar thoughts himself, but wanted the reassurance of a second opinion. Cove's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. Ah, it's Terry again. She's talking to us. He looked so as like, oh god. You leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Cove's screen.
Right.
She's gonna call. She's gonna actually call. Cove held his breath as you waited. Though he was good with people, he'd never been at ease managing conflict. Fair. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. Hey. it was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Oh, she's here too. Hey, Sari.
Hey.
Excuse me?
No need to apologize.
Siri, go away! I said Terry! Get out of here! My bad if any of y'all's phones went off at that, because mine definitely did. Hey, buddies. Terry's voice is barely recognizable without her usual quick patter and energy.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Probably not. Both tense, his free hand coiling into an anxious fist. Can you talk to us about what happened? You heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much, I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch some movies. She's super light that I'd never even seen before. It turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know? I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. Totally. And then I finally saw the time and oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out. I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer her questions, and there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem, and Randy there, trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. She gulped audibly, sniffing. I got frustrated and told her to just leave me alone. But then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. We told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. Problem solved? No. I mean, yes, kinda, but I accepted because I definitely couldn't stay then. Not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start. And I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing and fighting again. So, I'm not talking. Terry, Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or that you fought. He just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. Listen, not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. He looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it and searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing, but if you brought them in, your phone was still free. Suggest calling. I've got an idea. What if we called Miranda on my phone? Cove and I could make sure your conversation didn't fall off the rail. God damn, this really is what I do all the damn time. Cove brightened up, concerned furrow in his brows, which had taken root when Miranda first eased.
Well,
that could work. Terry, are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. But you brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if pushing all negative thoughts from her body.
Alright, I'll do it.
Cove nodded. Now that you'd received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. Oh, right. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did.
Hi.
Hi.
Her voice was still distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry's on speaker too, on Cove's phone.
Oh,
She paused while she digested this information. She watched the phone screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as
Really?
Really?
yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine? I can.
You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break, and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation along or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff, followed by another from Cove's phone.
Sorry.
Sorry, Randy. I hope you still like me. What? You were the one acting as if you didn't like me.
Her tone was defensive, no doubt a result of her wounds from last night still being raw.
What?
No way! Everyone likes Randy. You're wonderful.
Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell phone right next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip.
I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I'd have told you right away.
Miranda murmured on the other end of the line.
You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you, and you could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing, and I didn't want to help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. It made me keep doing dumb things. Oh.
When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as words.
I'm sorry.
Hang up late watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyway. But I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive. Hardly. Miranda Eckert having a flaw? I've never heard of such a crazy thing.
Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat.
Maybe you should call each other now. Sorry.
Sure.
Can do. Thanks for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Randy Mandy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Hoshi and Cove.
She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed, the noise tinkling gently like wind chimes in a summer breeze.
You're really nice.
Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye.
Bye, and good luck. Bye, you got this. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as your call ended. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh that crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to his side, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. They shouldn't have involved us in that. So relieved is okay. Happy they made up. Today's events had drained you. You're content now that Cove seemed at ease. I mean, I'm definitely glad Cove's at ease again, but like, I'm just relieved it's okay. Like, goddamn. Cove scratched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think in better ways for dealing with conflict, because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. We all probably could. It's okay. Cove is literally me, because I would be so tense and stuff like that. I know I've said this before, but like Cove literally is like the way I react to things most times. It's very uncanny. I'm just like, wow, I'm really like this? Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed at his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next word. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods? Huh? Oh, no. Forget. Your eyebrows rose, and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say there was something you wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown off so off kilter that it was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he'd first turned up. Now you did, though. You remember that he had been perky when he'd arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arms shyly. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not exactly sure it counts as news or good. It just is what it is. I'm happy about it. Come on, no more hints. You gotta tell me now. Cove struggled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. It's fine. If you want to hear, I can tell you. He shifted on his feet as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. Oh my god. I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I kind of, well, not kind of. I just know what my sexuality is now. Yes! Congrats, my baby boy! Let's freaking go! Right. We love this in this house. Oh. A real subject change, huh? He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more. I'm glad he wanted to share that with you. I forgot what I said before, but I'm pretty sure it was what I am. Ah, that's great. Tell me. Cove drew a breath, straightening up. He's demisexual! What the fuck? Yeah, he is me. I'm demisexual, so, you know, most of the time, I don't really have those kinds of feelings. Physical wants and stuff. It's only in some situations when I'm already really emotionally and romantically connected to someone that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with... I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense once I knew what it meant. I had a word that fit how I felt.
Yeah.
And I'm pan-romantic, because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything. Yeah. Alright, Snake. That makes sense. Cove looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about a matter that person, which you were sure he spent a long time trying to figure out, seemed to be kind of weird for him. Okay, but literally, why is this man me? Why is this man me? God fucking damn it. Like, literally, demisexual and pan-romantic. Why is this man me? Like, to a T. What the frick? Now, I don't know if this is him in every route of the game, but if it is, why is he me? God, okay. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. I mean, I'm absolutely proud. I am so proud of him. But yeah, have I ever pushed you or made you feel uncomfortable? Go shook his head easily. No, I overthink things and I get embarrassed about stuff, but you know who I am. When I actually don't want to do something, it's pretty hard to. That was definitely true of Cove. He had proven many times over the years that he wasn't afraid to dig in his heels. I like what we do together, and so, you know, I'd be glad if that didn't stop. Oh my god, look at his little doopy face! Ah! Oh my god, Heart, he's so cute. There, Cove went, getting bashful about things again. But you felt good, and you could feel that way because he was feeling good too. Okay, thanks for answering. All this talk of Cove's sexuality made you reflect about your own. I don't remember what it was when I was younger. Guys, I don't remember. I don't remember what I said when I was younger. Oopsie. Your feelings on yours haven't wavered, or your view had evolved since you were younger. Bro, I don't remember what I said when I was younger, so I think they might have evolved just a little bit. You had physical attraction in a general way. You only seem to feel physical in specific cases and situations. You didn't really have physical interests. You didn't think you could tell if you had any interest in people physically. There was only one person you'd ever had those kinds of feelings. Seemed to feel specific cases and situations. I mean, there is that, but there was only one person you ever had. Yeah, and one person. In a general way, you seem to feel romantic and specific. You didn't think you could tell. There's only one person. I mean, yeah, there's only been one person, but that's because obviously grown up with them. But oh my god, like, but no, I am like the demisexual and pan-romantic, but because of this in general, because of like obviously not having had the other DLCs, I was literally playing this vanilla AF. Yeah, it's only been one person in Cove, so. But specifically, when it came to how you felt towards men, you found them attractive, especially your boyfriend. Why would I know? I can know my boyfriend. What do you mean? You found them attractive, you thought you'd be happy with a girl someday. I'm actually scared of women sometimes. I'm sorry. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with the girl. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with the girl. You weren't interested in girls. You generally weren't interested in girls, but there were special exceptions. So, I'm attractive, but you hadn't. I mean, yeah. That one. And how you felt towards NBs. Oh, freaking NBs. Bro, I'm NB. What you talking about? I don't know if I'm like physically interested, but like I know in a romantic relationship, some like most NBs that I know are chill AF. So come on. Wait, I already told Cove my own sexuality in the past. Did I? I know I did. I just don't know if this has changed. You hadn't told Cove how your feelings had changed. Did anything change? Did anything change? Well, I mean, technically it is different because now we're dating, right? I mean, I'm gonna share that with him, right? Meow. Well, since we're talking about this already, I've realized something since we talked about it back then. Yeah, I can definitely listen. I'd like to know if you want me to. You articulate to Cove how you experienced attraction in romance. Cove, let a beat lapse in case you had more to say. You didn't, so he tilted his head with a likewise bent smile.
I get it.
I don't know if it makes sense to say something like that at school, but really, I think that's great. You smiled, knowing that he was doing his best to be encouraging. Of course it's cool. Thanks for understanding, anyway. He merely smiled again. Felt good to know that two of you could talk so easily about these matters. Cove closed his eyes. A contented sigh slipped out of him as he stretched his arms overhead. You felt this tiredness deep in the marrow of your bones. It had been a trying day. Now everything was neatly wrapped up, for today at least, and you had earned a rest. Yes, you had some good talk and come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself too.
Hey.
Hey, we should probably head downstairs soon. If your moms are still wanting everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. With a renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting. Why didn't you call us down?
Hi.
Liz! Hey. Good to see you.
Hey.
Mr. Holden, I forgot if your hair color changed or if it's just the different, clothes. I don't know. I forgot. Mobby. Hey, here we were, trying to corral everyone into a group. The two of you were already upstairs this whole time. Of course we were together. You made Hoshi to stick with me, or did you forget? He's not letting it go. The statement was meaningless to your family, who looked at each other for answers in vain. Mr. Holden, who got the message loud and clear, seemed embarrassed. He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Ouch, son. You always know when to remind me of that one. Uh-huh. Can't let you live it down. Can we hear exactly what this is? The suspense is killing us.
Right.
All right. I'd better get everyone up to speed. He held up his hands, palms out, pacifying his audience, or perhaps holding them up as a shield in advance. That first day I met Hoshi, I'd been worrying about Cove being alone.
Well.
There weren't a lot of kids around, and he wasn't exactly on the best terms with me at that time. He glanced around at your family, gauging their responses. I felt like this was my one shot, so I kind of offered them $20 to be friends with Cove. And added that they couldn't tell him about it. Liz gasped. Ma was staring incredulously at Mr. Holden, while Mom's eyebrows had retreated to her hairline. Oh my god. You and Cove, already knowing the story, were the only ones unaffected. But after a while, I really did honestly forget it even happened. He raised his hands higher, now level with the shoulders. Not a bad idea, you thought. If Mom felt inclined to throw a cushion at him, he'd probably manage to block it in time. I know that's bad, but I've had so many grand ideas over the years. Hard to keep track of them all. Cove smiled, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head at his father's antics.
Seriously?
I can't believe you. So, also, I totally can. Your moms were less indulgent. The shock had ebbed away the displeasure. Mom's foot was tapping rapidly as she frowned at the next door neighbor, while Ma had her arms crossed over her chest and her lips pursed. I'm sorry, Hoshi, and I'm sorry to your parents too. That was way out of bounds. Don't worry about it. Everything worked out. Yeah, your moms gave each other that look where they seem to communicate with eyes only. Alright, well, that's that then. And it won't happen again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. Alright. Good. It was a little surprising that they were letting him off the hook. But on the other hand, it was a long time ago now, and you were sure your moms remember those painful early days of survival. Mr. Holden wasn't a potential bad influence anymore, so a lecture would be pretty moot. Instead, your ma gave him a lenient smile.
In that case,
Now that it's settled, why don't we find something to do?
Nods of agreement cascaded through the group in a couple waves at the suggestion. Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with the release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away into his pocket. How about cards? There was a murmur of interest from the others. Oh god, wait. Playing cards, Mr. Holden on the screen, remembering that I played cards with Cove and his family. Uh-oh. So the last time we played cards, Cove's family gambles. They gamble with each other with actual money. And that was fine. I mean, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. Most of the group was eager to play, but Mr. Holden was demurring. Okay, so he doesn't want to be like, nah, I'm not gonna bring you into my youth. I'll sit this one out.
Where's the fun in that? Join in! We're not too angry with you. Yes, and I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work.
Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing. We do it at our house all the time.
Cole's right. Remember the time I played over there? We played for real, for cold hard cash.
Dad? Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Oh, Hoshi, you're adults now. You deserve to know the truth. What the fuck's the truth? Is this how you get your money? I used to throw the card game so you could win. I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot more rounds than I won. Oh? He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at the second great secret he was revealing today. I know people want to be taken seriously, and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better when everyone else got the chance to be victorious. Kira knew and went along with it. Cove laughed in disbelief that this was the thing his dad stressed about hiding after the other stunts he's pulled over the years. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure, though looking back, it makes sense.
That's right. What's the big deal, Cliff? You can finally take the kid gloves off, and give them a run for their money. Maybe even actual money in your case.
Mr. Holden smiled coyly, his gaze lowering. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
why?
Why not? He waved his hands expansively, the movements fluid and vague. It's just, actually, I am something of a card shark. I used to make lots of fast cash off games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. Cove's jaw hung open, his wide eyes fixed on his father. Come on, Kira even said that the boys were card sharks. Come on. Really? There was a touch of amazement, even admiration nestled among the shock. Fucking God! I'm gonna take a drink. my Wawa won't open. Please! Not even my sleeve's open. Okay. Little grippy texture. This man. Excuse me. Wait, I just realized. Hove's amazement at his dad being a card shark? Wait, so he didn't know? He didn't know his dad was a card shark. Frick. He learned from a card shark. I mean, fair. Oh god. The other members of the stage family exchanged looks, ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigue, and Ma somewhere in the middle between the two. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Shark Man. Oh my god, yes, Liz, yes! Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile. His demureness quickly being replaced with the confidence of someone very skilled or very misguided. You right? You sure about that? Definitely. We've got to see this so-called non-casual player in act. Well, I might be able. Though who knows? Maybe I've gotten rusty. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting a kick out of it now.
Please?
Aww. Go!
Alright.
I can dust off the old tricks. Don't go easy on us. Okay, hold up. Hold up, guys. Welcome back. I kind of went through. We just, pushed Mr. Holden to actually be his card shark self. But I need to be right back. I need to go do something real quick for my brother. So, go get nummies, go get Wawa, go to the bathroom, lay on the floor. We will be right back. I know that was really quick. But all my brother really wanted me to do was take one of his butters out of the excuse me, he wanted me to take one of his butters out of the fridge. because he's making garlic butter tonight. This garlic butter is so good, but I hate cleaning up after it. Again, I love my brother, but oh my god. Friggin' the smell of it, very nice. Well, it is very strong. It's very strong smell. So it's kind of like hard for me to like stomach it sometimes. But it's really good. I will say it's very good. Yee. Yeah. Checking if something happened. Very much. Okay. Sorry. And we are back. Oh boy. Now, Card Shark Father. Will you actually be card sharking? Let's see. Cove beamed at his father while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz darted off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled in the game. Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time proving his words true, wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. Oh boy. That was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only, just to try increasing the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. If these were his skills now, rusty with disuse, you couldn't even imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. Oh, Jesus Christ. Despite that, you still had fun. Working cooperatively actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by this strategy. I bet so many people did this to him, like, back when he was card sharking, too, to get money. It's like, you know what? Guy, if we beat him, we'll split everything. Just gotta knock him down. You actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. Oh, I bet definitely. You spent the rest of the afternoon together with your family and the Holdens having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It was freeing, and yet simultaneously you felt more tied together than you had before. Nice. Okay. Now we are at charity. Orca! Yes, okay. Cove pushed himself to... Okay, but we immediately went from the gambling. I find that so funny. Because I believe... No, yeah. I believe when it was touched on for the card shark thing with Kira, that was in step 2. Yeah, that was step 2. So you were still like in school and stuff, which was wild as heck. Like, high schoolers betting money with their parents. Oh my god. Yeah, it kind of makes sense that that was one of the things he used to do for money, though. And then his job. I still don't actually know what Mr. Holden's job truly is. So, It's funny to think about though. It's like, oh, I don't know if he's in some shady practices or not, but he used to do business with, what's his name? Not like what's his name, like one of the kids that we used to hang with. It was his father, and that's why he'd usually like be able to hang out with us. Okay, yeah. But yeah, it was funny. This one is charity. Cove pushed himself to his feet from where he had been bent down in the sand, stretching out his back and groaning softly. Oh boy, he's already feeling old. A tired breath slipped past his lips as he wiped his brow, looking over the shore. It looks great. You stood beside him, joining in the surveying of the sand that almost seemed to sparkle beneath the midday sun. The two of you had been out on the beach since sunrise, cleaning up and down the beach looking for various debris, and the work had paid off. Using a hand to shield your eyes from blinding rays, you glanced across the way where the other volunteers from Orca were gathered. They were easily recognizable with the high-vis vests they wore. High-vis? Yeah. It looked as though everyone was about ready to wrap things up. I'm happy to see it in a better state. It was pretty sad looking when we got here. The beaches of this town were practically your own personal backyard. And you visited them a lot. It felt good knowing that you were helping to take care of them. Too bad not everyone sees the joy in putting trash where it belongs. Oh. Cove placed his hands on his hips and a pleased grin pulling at the corners of his mouth as he admired the work you'd both done. He's doing Sorry. You had begun to realize during your time volunteering for the organization how seriously Cove took his service. It was easy to see that it was something important. No, yeah, I would be equally invested and to give the best effort. Like, that's what I would do for any, like, volunteer service I did. Unfortunately, because I don't, like, have my own really, like, way to get around, I can't do them as often. But it's still pretty, like, when I can do stuff, it's still pretty fun. Like, if I was able to, like, participate in more stuff, like, I definitely know, like, if something needed, like, stuff for a bake sale, I definitely would. If it was cleaning up stuff and it wasn't a day that would absolutely wreck me, I would. But, yeah. It was important that the ocean you grew up with was protected. It had always been a big part of your life, and you felt that the least you could do was give back to it in some way. Hey, nice work, Oshi. Thanks. It's been a good year so far. It's crazy to think that it's already time to push the big event. You let out a big breath, thinking of the formal dinner that Orca organized every year. Being a completely fundraising-focused event for large donors, it was crucial for the organization's project in the year to come. You had to be over 18 to attend, so this was your first opportunity to actually see it in person. All you had heard about it so far was that it was a prim and proper occasion, with speeches and everything. You didn't know what else to expect from it, as you weren't a part of the group who planned the evening. Before the big night came around, the volunteers would have to sell the tickets for it, and that's where you'd be helping. Like, I'm nervous. I'm nervous, not gonna lie. You looked down at the sand, shyly twisting your fingers together. It was going to be fancy and full of very important strangers. I can agree with you there. It's part of the program, though.
I mean,
I just don't feel excited about attending a super formal meal with proper etiquette and stuff, you know. He threw his arms out to the side, making a bit of a show at how ridiculous it seemed to him. I've got sand all over my room and only one nice shirt. I go barefoot pretty much everywhere I can. I'm gonna be so out of place. That's true. Right, I bet you'd rather stay out here. I don't want to have to worry about manners. I'm pretty good with manners. You can make it work for one night. Doing something that fancy will make it fun. Yep, you'll definitely seem out of place there. Where I didn't say anything. You can make it work for one night, come on. It'll only be a few hours, then it'll be all over and you can go back to the sea. Cove chuckled softly under his breath, smoothing his hair away from his face. I guess you're right. A small beeping noise came from Cove's pant pocket, and he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Huh? It's the organizers. They've sent a text to the group. Call it a day here. Alright, ready to head to our next activity? Cove tucked his cell away eagerly, turning to you. Let's head over and drop the trash bags off the truck. Then we can drive back and join the ticket team. We've got to be there pretty soon to relieve them. The stretch of shore this long, the plan was to switch places with the other team, who had been pushing the tickets for the fundraiser dinner halfway through. It would be a full day of work, but it was Orca's largest event of the year, and all hands were on deck to make sure it was a success. I started pushing him, like, come on, bro. No. Nudge him. He chuckled and nudged you back playfully with his now free hand. Hey. You collected the trash bags spread along the way together, heading across the beach to hoist them into the truck before heading off to the next job. Cove slipped his warm hand into yours and you intertwined your fingers, strolling back to the car side by side. The drive back to your neighborhood and making your way to the shopping street was fairly quick, though Cove stressed a little about being late. Oof, that's a mood though. Luckily, he was able to find a parking spot nice and close to where you needed to be. You jumped out of the car and quickly went towards where you knew the group would be. Finally reaching the stall that was set up to sell tickets, you stopped for a moment to catch your breath. That was quite the flurry of activity. It would be your job for the rest of the afternoon to help sell tickets for the fundraising dinner, and looking around the street, you saw that there were plenty of potential buyers out today. That would hopefully help to move the tickets. The stall itself was simple, a portable table with a few plush sea animals and decorations and a banner stuck across the front. There were two volunteers who were already packing up and getting ready to head off to the beach. They gave both of you a friendly smile as you arrived. Hey, go, Hoshi. How things go at the beach?
Not bad.
Looks good. Place is looking great.
We're lucky to get a 2-for-1 when it comes to you guys.
Cove cleared his throat awkwardly from beside you, and you noticed his cheeks blushing pink. Here we go again. That's right, that's awesome. You felt your own cheeks get hotter. Their teasing rubbed you the wrong way, you shrugged it off. Yeah. What do they mean by 2-for-1? Huh? Guys, I may be a little stupid. I don't know what this means. But I know if I would laugh it off, but it would be very, like, awkward. Like, I don't know what you mean. We're always happy to be of service.
Well, we're happy to have you around.
Cove seemed to relax a little more after that, giving the volunteers a small smile. The volunteers made room for you and Cove behind the table, while they circled around to the front of it. Thanks for coming in for a shift. We'd better make this quick so we can head off to the next place. No problem. What do you need us to do? We were ready for whatever's needed. One of the volunteers handed you a clipboard with all the details needed to sell tickets, while the other tossed a set of keys to Cove, which he caught with ease. Those are for the money box and supply kit. Make sure to keep them on you at all times.
Aside from handling the cash for the tickets, there's also a form on the clipboard for the guests to fill in their info. That way we know how many tickets we've sold and who will be attending the event.
There's a small script beneath that if you get stuck for what it's saying. That's about it. Pretty simple, huh? I think we've got this. Satisfied that you knew what you were doing, the volunteers said their goodbyes and started walking away, leaving you and Cove to manage the stall alone. The keys jingled in his hand as Cove waved them off, before he stuffed them into the pocket of his pants for safekeeping. We'll bring in a lot of money. Have fun at the beach! Once the volunteers were out of sight, Cove dropped down into a chair behind the counter with a sigh. We made it here just in time. The school we traded places with nothing happening. They might have been late getting to cleanup duty. He leaned back in his seat, getting fully comfortable in the space, and gave you a small smile. I usually would stay standing. I don't know why, but yeah, I usually stay standing. With clipboard in hand, you thought it might make you look more approachable to people heading down the street. We've got things under control. I was so stressed about getting here. Things could still go wrong. I'm glad this work lets us at least rest in one place. Rubbed your eyes tiredly. You returned to smile. I returned to smile. It had been a bit of a mad rush to get here, but everything had turned out right in the end. Cove rummaged around the station a little, picking up a stuffed toy orca and holding it up in front of his face. You had to admit it was pretty cute with his big, bulging eyes and oversized flippers. Aww. Setting it back down on top of the table, Cove moved on to check out the rest of the stall, finding a cooler stashed beneath the table. When he pulled it out and opened the lid, you could see it was filled with half-melted ice cubes and about half a dozen bottles of water. Grabbing one of the plastic balls, he unscrewed the cap and took a long drink. He watched the condensation running along the side and onto his fingers.
So?
Do you want one? Cove set his water on the side of the table before pulling out another, holding it out towards you. Give me the whopper bubble. Thanks. After opening it up, you took a drink and let out a satisfied sigh. You hadn't realized how thirsty you had been, and it was always good to stay hydrated. Hydrators dihydrate, or as I usually say because my brother hydrate or die straight. Anyway, the two of you got settled in easily, and you took the chance to look over the paperwork on the clipboard. Cove joined you, leaning over your shoulder to get a better look. Seems like pretty standard stuff, he muttered, and you nodded quietly. It had general info about the event and the work you needed to do at the stall. You gotta go? Yeah, no problem, Nix. I hope you have a good rest of your day. No problem. Oh, what happened? He muttered, and you nodded quietly. It had general info about the event and the work you needed to do at the stall, as well as the amount of tickets sold thus far and the number remaining. Cove tapped a finger on the counter as he read quietly over the note, muttering a few things now and then that you didn't fully hear. He seemed content to be there, and you were sure that the afternoon would pass by quickly. When he glanced out toward the crowd and made a small sound, you followed his line of sight to see that a potential supporter was on their way over to the booth. Psyched up, anxious, relaxed, pain. He's checking over the papers. The customer service is hard, but I try to relax a bit. All in all, it was a pretty easy task, and you were sure that you and Cove were going to do great at it. You give the customer an easygoing smile, casually flowing into a conversation with them. Time passed as the two of you manned the stall, and as people approached, your sales pitch would either have them asking for a ticket or two, or heading off and mumbly, Maybe. All in all, you managed to sell a decent amount of tickets, and you could tell that Cove was happy with the outcome. True. As the afternoon drifted along, 6 p.m. arrived. Time to pack everything up and head home for the evening. Your work with Orca was far from over, but right now, there was only one thing left to focus on: attending the actual event. Oh my god, sorry, I looked at this pillow. I did not realize the pattern of this pillow. I was like, huh? I don't know why I never noticed that. Also, why do I see the city outside my window? What? Okay, I didn't notice that before. Okay. The days continued in a normal flow, and before long, the night of the Orca fundraising dinner was upon you. It was early evening, and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer toward the time you needed to leave. Oh, was on speakerphone? Nah, both of them. Get them in here! You are currently in the midst of picking out an outfit, which Liz was helping you with, while Cove gave his input from the phone. Of course, Cove couldn't see any of the items you and Liz were choosing between, but he was trying to help all the same. The event had strict guidelines, and you wouldn't be let in unless you were dressed to code. That meant having to find a truly professional outfit, but one that you were also happy with. Oh no, I absolutely love dressing up, so yes, let me dress fancy. There were a couple of outfits that didn't get nearly as much use as you would have liked, and now was the time to show them off. You smiled as you picked your way through the items, your excitement shining bright.
Fine.
You don't need to get too into your head thinking about the look, but you do need to hurry up and pick something. At this rate, you're gonna have a better time picking out your outfit than at the party itself. But wherever you go with, they'll be great. Oh, aren't you helpful, Liz? Don't push me, Liz. Thanks for talking it through with me, Cole. I've never thought I'd see the day when Cole Holden would encourage me to wear something formal. I'll just laugh a little, because it's true, because like she's like, you're going through all your formal stuff, but you need to get going. And the fact that Cove's actually encouraging me, dear lord. It really shouldn't be this difficult to pick something out. You just needed to take the plunge and do it. Taking a deep breath and to refocus yourself, you looked over the options one last time. It was time to decide on an outfit, and quick. I could do a dress. A button-down shirt and pants. That's what I usually do. Blouse and pants. Button-down and a skirt. Blouse and skirt. Nah, give me the button-down and pants. Liz nodded in approval, clapping her hands together, satisfied. Now, here's the thing. So, yes, I would wear skirts. I would. But I don't own any skirts. I do have... Sometimes I want to wear a dress, you know? But I really don't have the occasions to. Excuse me, but yeah, freaking skirts. Guys, I used to wear skirts as a child. I don't know how to wear them anymore. You know, transitioning is a fucking struggle because it's like, oh yeah, you know how to wear something, all of a sudden you don't wear it for like years. Like, how do you do this again? How do you make it look good? The fuck? I don't know. I don't know. My whole sense of style changed. Like, I can say is like, oh, this looks good with this and you'll look cute in this, but obviously the other person has to know how to wear that. And if they say it's like, oh, I don't know how to wear that, I'm gonna be like, fuck, I don't know either. I could make it look cute on you. I just need to figure out like what part goes where. But bro, if you tell me to put it on, unless it's a certain type of like, at least say skirt or something like that, I'm not gonna know. I ain't gonna know. Sorry, honey. Clap your hands together, says. Finally, we're making some progress. Sounds like it'd be totally fine. Oh, what are you gonna be wearing? I'm wearing the same type of thing. Good. Standing in front of your mirror, you quietly assess your outfit. Adding an accessory or two. It needed a little something extra to finish it all off. Rummaging through the rest of your wardrobe, you picked out what you needed to complete your outfit. Anklet? Who's gonna... Obviously a belt. You slipped a belt around your waist and fastened the buckle, nodding at your reflection in approval. Bro, why would you not wear a belt? It didn't say suspenders, so, you know... Button vest. It was a formal event after all, and you couldn't think of a better time to wear it. A tie, please. Liz took the item from your hands and helped tie it around your neck correctly. You stepped in front of the mirror when she was done nodding your rope. Hey, I know how to tie a tie! Unless it's a bow tie. Bow ties got me effed up, but I know how to tie a tie. But also, I need to say this. If I'm wearing a tie, it's very hard for me to find ties that fit because regular adult men's ties are very long on me. So usually, if I wear a tie, they have to be thinner. Or they're gonna look really weird on me. Anyway, I mean, I could do a necklace, I could do a bracelet, a ring, earrings, not a shawl, that'd look really weird. Hat, no. Anklet. Again, I don't know why I'd wear an anklet when I'm wearing pants. Oh, this is because if you did a skirt, you're right. I'm gonna do a watch. Grabbing your watch from your bedside table, you fastened it around your wrist and quickly checked the time. It was almost time to go. Okay, out of that, that's about everything. Okay, and with that, no, I'm not. I would do makeup, but oh my god, bro, that takes too long. I could ask Liz to do it for me. Liz, can you do my makeup? No, it's like I could do my makeup. Obviously, I could ask Liz to do my makeup, but I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. Finally, you were dressed. It all come together. Okay, just gotta change my shirt and then I'll be at the car. See you in a minute. Nice. When you looked at Liz again, she had a goofy smile pulling in her lips. Hey, what? You look very nice, Hoshi. I do. Now you're talking like our moms. No, but thank you. And thanks for helping me out. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Liz laughed softly and ruffled your hair, but only barely. Okay, not enough to actually mess it up. You've got that one right, but you know I'm here whenever you need it. Liz wiped a pretend tear away with her fingers, sniffling dramatically. Oh, precious Hoshi, you're really grown up. It happened in a blink of an eye when I wasn't even looking. She chuckled to herself, nudging you towards the door.
Alright.
Alright, time to get downstairs. You're official, though still kind of baby. Boyfriend awaits. Why are you calling him some kind of still kind of baby boy? What do you mean? You carefully headed down the stairs and into the living room where your moms were waiting for your appearance. As you entered, they both stood from the couch and came over to you smiling broadly. You look so wonderful, Hoshi.
Nice.
And very mature, too. I know, right? They continued to coo and fuss over you until you managed to brush them off. Ma took Mom by the arm and held her close, the two of them admiring you proudly. I already got this from Liz. I would sigh dramatically, bro. Like, it's like, oh my god, I already went through it once. Please. Not anymore. You're going to be running late if you didn't get going. Liz came over to you and smirked as if she were reading the very thoughts in your head. You'll have to get used to this one day, Hoshi. You're the baby of the family forever, after all. Oh, I wish I wasn't the baby. I literally am the baby IRL, too. God damn it! Ma came in to give you one last hug, and before you knew it, another pair of arms was wrapped around you, and then a third. Both Mom and Liz giggled as they hugged you tight. Aw, we hope you have so much fun tonight.
Have fun.
We won't wait up for you. Stay out as long as you need. You're old enough now. Thank Christ, I don't have a curfew. For the last wave goodbye, you left your family and approached the front door. It was stepping out into the night, you closed the door behind you gently and looked out across the street. Aww, little dapper boy. Cove was standing there in the street. His eyes met yours immediately, as if he had been watching your house for the moment you would come out. He smiled bashfully. Hey, Hoshi. Hey, stranger, I barely recognize you. You took the chance to check over his outfit as he walked across the way to meet you. It was formal for sure, though didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him, and was honestly a sight for sore eyes. He was always beautiful, too. Very true. I'm just like, the fact that he actually has formal clothes is actually really funny. With a growing smile, he stepped closer, his cheeks reddening all the way down to his neck.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming with me and for dressing really nicely for this. Your outfit is just perfect. Aww. You're so hot right now. No, you look amazing tonight. You glanced over him from head to toe, noting that his shirt, pants, and shoes were all shiny and new. He had put in the effort and it showed. Oh, so he literally just bought these. Oh my god. He couldn't stop himself from looking down in order to inspect his outfit now that you pointed it out, and to avoid having to face you directly after you did. Oh, look at his face! Ah, sorry. But turning away did nothing to disguise how transparently pleased he was with the compliment. Thank you. Then he shook his head, glanced back towards the garage, and throwing a thumb over his shoulder, spoke.
Come on.
Oh, we should probably get going. We don't want to be late to such a grown-up event, right? Yeah, let's go. You headed over to Cove's car together, hopping in and strapping on your seatbelt. You were on your way. The event was being held at a place you had never been before. You brought up the location on your phone to help Cove navigate there. It took some time to find the right address, and once there, you were met with the task of finding a parking spot. Though you were in time, it seemed like everyone else had already showed up and claimed the spaces. Eventually, you found a suitable place before realizing that it required payment. Cove covered the amount, taking a ticket from the machine and leaving it on the dashboard of the car. Bro, okay, so you say you're on time to an event, right? Technically, especially to fancy events like these, on time means that you are at least 30 to 15 minutes early. So, yeah. 30 to 15 minutes, if not an hour. If not an hour. Why do I know this? I like fancy stuff. I really do. I actually have like a rainbow of button-up shirts in my closet. Some of them though, and I have to preface this because I do not have the money to like buy like brand new fancy clothes. I have to thrift a lot of my stuff. And unfortunately, because having to thrift a lot of my stuff, it's usually not in the right size. Some of them I get lucky though, and they are in the right size. But, yeah, a lot of them end up not being in the right size, and it's just, oh, please. Please just let me live. It's very funny though, but it's very fun to dress up and stuff, and yeah. But yeah, fancy events, like as much as I hate them being social events, I very much do like dressing up. and being fancy. It's one of the ways that I do feel like comfy and more confident. Because I know, like, when I go out and I'm not wearing, like, a button up or something like that, I feel so out of place. But, yeah. But, like, it's even, like, I feel bad for when, like, going out to the grocery store and I'm in, like, I'm wearing a button up and my brother's just wearing a t-shirt or sweatshirt, and I'm just like, yeah, I shouldn't do that. But I actually, like, the only time I usually want to wear, to wear, like, t-shirts and stuff is, like, in the house, going to bed and stuff like that. But obviously... Oopsie. And I also have, like, these, like, tie hooks. And I had, like, both of them are basically full. Yeah, even though, as I said, sometimes I can't wear the ties because, you know, they look really weird on me because they're too big and stuff like that. But I do know, like, half the ties on there were from my grandpa, and I didn't really want to get rid of his ties. and by grandpa, I mean, like, adopted grandpa, but still, he was my grandpa. And, like, I was like, I don't remember if I kept his handkerchiefs or not. I think I did, but then I had to get rid of them in the move. So I kept his ties. Yeah. Damn, did that man, oh my god. And he was a military man too, so like just dressing formal every day. Like, dude, I wish I had that dedication and didn't feel awkward about it. Man. I wish. Alright. Despite the small holdup, you managed to ultimately make it to the event and confirm you were on the guest list before being shown into the dining area. Cove whistled low as he looked around, taking in the extravagance of the room. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the entire place was decked out with beautiful oceanic displays. Oh my god, I can literally, like, hear the whistle. Because, yeah, I keep forgetting that, like, technically at this age, at this point, we're very much young adults that just got out of school. And graduated. High school, at least. Oh my god. You were stunned yourself. It was extremely high class, even more so than you had already expected. It's so nice. This is the best looking event I've ever been to. It was too frilly for me. It's overdone. Could be worse than coming. No, it's one of these ones. Probably gonna say it's so nice. Probably not the best. I mean, no, it's really nice looking. I'm not gonna say that, but I don't know, like, what context it'd be of saying this is the best looking event I've ever been to. If I were... Well... So I used to do a lot of stuff in high school, and one of them was key leader, and I went to a key leader event. I went to 2 of them in high school, and like very much we had to do business casual, and business casual is basically what Cove's wearing. Hold on. Nope, sorry, that's not what I meant. But business casual is literally just dress shirt, dress pants, dress shoes. And, the fact that he says, like, oh yeah, you have to be all, like, really, like, fancy, proper and stuff, and, like, the fact that the business casual is that to him, I'm just like, You are just like so many of the other people that I was with. But yeah. It I don't know. I don't know exactly what I could say the best looking event ever I've been to. Because again, those are very fancy. I've also been to a few weddings. And gotten all gussied up, so. But it is very nice. You had to be impressed by the work that had gone into making everything look so lovely and how everyone had dressed up in their best outfits for the night. They really do love the aquariums inside, so it's really nice. And the teardrop lights. Those are very pretty. Seeing Cope smile as he took in the sights made you think he must be feeling the same way. Why are you raising your brow, boy? The sound of your names being called out echoed over I think that's supposed to be dining. Over the din in the room. What? When you looked over, you recognized a couple of the organization leaders looking your way. They approached you both in greeting, giving you a welcoming smile and a hello. Oh, Voshi, we're glad to see you can make it. Especially after all the hard work you've done to help make this happen.
Of course.
Definitely, I wouldn't miss it. You say that if we had a choice. Yeah, I wouldn't miss it either. And this is our big night. Of course we had to see what we were working towards. Well, thank you for being a part of the team. You're our best power couple, that's for sure. You're always welcome to participate in more activities when they come up. Hove let out an awkward, breathy laugh and rubbed the back of his head. Mood. Me and the boyfriend would be happy to. Hove shrugged then, eyes darting around the place with an awkward look. Yeah, I would too.
Oh.
I guess we should talk to more people. There isn't much else to do at an event like this. Yeah. You found your way into groups of people who were standing around chatting while some light music played in the background. Servers with large silver trays were gliding between the guests, offering drinks and... Is that canopies? I don't know. Cope approached various people as you wound your way through the guests. He managed broaching new conversations well. You were enjoying talking to so many different people, both guests and members of the organization alike, and found yourself enjoying the company. Oh, I don't do this. I get scared. I mean, if I have to, I will, but I get scared. The sound of a microphone crackling came from the podium at the other end of the room. Someone who you assume must be the host for the evening was asking everyone to sit down in preparation for the meal and speeches. You and Cove looked for your table, finding it easily enough by the little name cards that were placed delicately beside the napkins. After a few others joined you at the table, though they weren't anyone that you recognized, the host still speaking as people were settling, starting off speeches by giving a welcome to everyone attending. She went on to provide some more information about Orca, which you suppose was for the guests who weren't part of the organization and the purpose of the fundraiser tonight. Orca's goals, as she explained it, were to aid in the conservation and restoration of oceans and beaches. There were many people who had helped to make the group as successful as it was. When she read off a list of several volunteers who worked on making the event happen, Cove's name was one of the first to come up. His chest puffed out in pride at that. Oh, heck yeah! Your name then came up a little further down the list. You were smiling from ear to ear at the mention. As she continued on to thank the large donors for the event, you checked over at Cove. He was still grinning happily to himself and tapping his fingers over the tops of his knees, pretty pleased to have been mentioned by name. Aww. I know, I'm excited for him. Like, oh, look at him. He had worked so hard to make this event happen. It was the least that he deserved. While the host continued speaking, multiple servers dressed in black were setting the first course of the menu in front of guests. One of the servers sits on a plate in front of you, and you thank them quietly before looking over the dish with interest. You recognize the dish as a simple Caesar salad. The host quickly wrapped up the end of her speech, thanking everyone once more before inviting you all to begin your meal. Anyone who had included a special dietary note was signing up for the event received a vegan or vegetarian version, and there were also small baskets of bread set around the table. I just eat the bread, please. I would do the salad, but usually I just eat the bread because I just want at these events I don't eat much. Well, I don't eat much in general, but yeah. Cove was hungry. Cove wolfed down his salad before munching into a breadstick, quickly devouring that as well. I hope the next part comes out soon and is bigger. Yeah, so at these fancy things, the portions are actually very small. So I can understand why Cove is saying this. You could hear him mumbling to himself as he reached over for another piece of bread. He glanced around the table as he followed his line of sight with curiosity, noting that everyone else was still eating the salad. Stopping his hand mid-air, he quickly pulled back and rested it on his lap without taking another breadstick after all. It was clear that he was starting to feel unsure of himself, and he looked a little out of place here. He folded his arms and turned away from them to you. You didn't like the salad? Yeah, it's usually I'm not very hungry. Not very hungry. I get it. His gaze remained purposely tunneled on you, as if he was trying not to even think about what the rest of the table might be doing. What the fuck? Then you just really flipped the other guy's off. What? No, here, take it. It's okay. Oh, thank you. Cove spoke gently as he took the bread from your hand, looking choked up by your reassurance. Aw! No, see, so here's the thing with the bread. If it is empty, you just ask for another one, and they will provide another one. Usually, though, it's about 2 baskets per table, depending on how big the table is. So, these tables, usually you have 1, but sometimes they put like 2 on each side. Or, well, not 2 on each side, but 1 on one side and 1 on the other. It just depends. But again, you can ask for. And I don't think, and Cove doesn't realize that, so it's just like, oh, it's okay, baby boy. He munched away on it happily, seeming much more at ease. Aw. It wasn't much longer until the main course was arriving, and the various chicken, steak, and veggie dishes were being served throughout the room. An array of scents wafted through the room, making your mouth water. Vegan or vegetarian? I mean, I like how it just says these two. Be vegetarian. I don't do full vegan, and that's mainly because it's either flavor, texture, whatever it is, but I need more sources of protein and stuff like that, unfortunately. I don't get enough of that anyway. I've never even tried full vegan stuff, not gonna lie. You had opted for the vegetarian dish, and the meal that was set in front of you looked so delicious that you couldn't wait to tuck in. Cove had gone for the steak, and once he started to dig in, he was completely absorbed by his meal. Oh, that's good. You're gonna joke if you keep inhaling your food like that. I'm gonna be like, hun, You couldn't resist a little teasing while he was distracted. Your arm reached forward out of view of everyone else, hidden by the heavy tablecloth. You let your fingers lay to rest on the center of his nearest Wait, what? Hope stopped eating immediately, his elbow banging against the top of the table in shock, and his face slowly turned red. That's not what I thought. I thought it was going to be like a gentle, like, hey, calm down. Like, okay, my bad. The tableware next to him rattled from the impact. When it settled down, he spoke creakily without moving to face you directly. Yes? Nothing. Is something the matter? What the fuck is this? His flustered frown deepened.
That's...
Hoshi, you should probably... Ko's voice trailed off quietly, and you got the impression that he was about to ask you to stop, but he didn't really want you to. I didn't think it was this kind of thing. Okay, my bad, Ko. You kept your hand where it was for a little longer, giving his leg a gentle squeeze until he cleared his throat and leaned in closer to you. You probably shouldn't keep doing that right now. Fine. It was a shame it had to end, but you were content with how long he had let you keep your hand where it was. Bro! Again, I didn't think it was that. I'm sorry. I thought it was just gonna be like, hey, buddy, like, oh no. I'm so sorry, Ko. Oh, I'm so sorry. When you returned your hand to your own lap, Ko let out a small sigh of relief and continued eating again, though at a slower pace as he was still distracted from the event. I just want him to slow down. Not that way. Oh my god. Okay. Dinner eventually ended, and last of all was dessert. A lemon sorbet that had been partially dyed blue. Oh my god, yes. The mix of white with bold streaks of blue made the little scoop look like a ball of roaring ocean waves. The effect was very pretty, but the serving size was small. Perhaps it was the price to pay for artistry. Yes. Turned to Cove to find him pouting a little at the size of it. Of course he is. Digging into the dessert, it took him only a few bites to polish it off. Again, the other people around the table had barely even begun eating. An unimpressed air settled over him as he sat back in his chair, sipping at his water unhappily. We can get more dessert later. You gave him an encouraging smile. He looked up at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He fumbled for a defense.
I mean...
It was just really good, that's all. Now it's gone, but I'm okay. With a slight grin, he shrugged to show that he was really fine. Do you want mine? You pushed the dish towards him, and his eyes widened in surprise. He looked down at the dessert and then back at you, as if wordlessly asking if you were really sure. It's okay, you can have it. He hesitated a moment more before pulling the sorbet in front of him, a small smile tugging at his lips.
Thanks.
You're welcome. He's just a little guy! Come on! Especially, this is to make up for the teasing. Again, I didn't know the teasing was going that way. He scooped up a spoonful of the treat and put it in his mouth, humming happily. You felt satisfied knowing he'd enjoyed it much more than you would. You leaned back in your chair, looking around quietly. After a moment or two, you felt Cove giving you a sidelong glance. He then took another spoonful of the faux ocean and held it for you. Your stomach began to flutter, and not from the prospect of sorbet. Bro. Oh, this kind of stuff makes me like a giddy kid. Please. Fine. Leaning forward, you ate the dessert off his spoon, enjoying the bright, citrusy taste on your tongue. It's good. Yeah. Another person from Orca got up on stage to make a speech as everyone was nearing the end of their meal. They spoke mostly about the individual projects that the organization was working on and their plans for the near future, as well as encouraging anyone who was interested to consider volunteering. Cove bent forward over the table with his chin balanced on his hand, listening attentively to the words. As they came to a conclusion, everyone gave them a round of applause. Cove caught your eye and smiled. He wondered what would happen now. And then the lights dimmed. A couple of spotlights came on, projecting a water light effect around the room. Ooh. The guests gushed over the ambiance. And you looked around with wide eyes at the ripples on the walls. The DJ that had previously been playing some soft mood music in the background announced that the floor was open for dancing, slowly turning the volume up so it drifted through the space. Oh yeah, literally the middle of the area is the dance floor. Huh, okay. Well, I mean, that makes sense, but yeah. When you glanced at Cove, his eyebrows had shot up and he mumbled quietly.
Huh.
I didn't know there would be dancing. I guess it makes sense now that I think about it. He gave an awkward laugh as you both watched as people rose from their seats. It was clear now that many of the donors were couples. Makes sense. We're taking an ad break. Wait, actually? What? It's been ad break? I didn't even notice. Okay, hold on. I guess if ad break, we'd be right back because I gotta go bathroom. God dang. Thank you for the follow, Lucy TZN. I'm sorry that you all of a sudden came in at a break. I freaking I didn't know it said we were taking a 3-minute break, so I had been talking like halfway into it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Avriel192. Hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, sorry about that. I was very much like under the guise of, oh yeah, we're still going, and then I was like, oh yeah, you're halfway through your ad break. Like, shoot. Well, we're in ad break. I'm gonna go potty. Our life is such a good game with such a good community. It really is. It really is. I love it very much. I hope you're having a good day, by the way. I didn't say before, but I do hope you're having a good day. But yeah, I love this game. So I didn't get the Cove DLC until after getting to step 3. Oh, day technically started, just woke up. Fair, well I hope you do have a good day. Yeah. This game has been so, like, nice and fun. Literally, I don't know how long you've been here, but I, was, like, I guess freaking out because of how cute some of the reactions were. I was also freaking out because one thing I did not think it was going to be as, like, quote unquote sexual as it was. I was like, it said, like, put your hand on his thigh. I was like, well, yeah, you do that so you can be like, hey, you need to, like, slow down on eating, right? No, I just put it, like, real, like, nice and close on his thigh. I just looked at him like, excuse me? Excuse me? I didn't think that's how it was gonna go. He got really flustered. I'm like, oh no, I did something wrong. But yeah. What are your plans for the day, if I may ask? Because right now, mine are just playing this game. Oh. A small crowd has started to form on the dance floor, and the DJ played a romantic song to get everyone started off. It's all the couples. Also, I still do find it funny that he... Oh, Mobby. Yeah, I think it was because I was not up against my mic. I need to get... But, I was just wondering, what are your plans for the day? If you have any yet. I love my mic, but at the same time, I hate it. It's old, though. Like, I got this mic back in, like, 2017, 2018, so it's pretty old. Also, I've banged it up against a bunch of stuff because I've accidentally been pulling the cord. I don't know why. I don't know how it's alive right now. Oh, potentially some Our Life myself or some other games. Not really sure. Oh, okay. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I hope it's fun. In Our Life, where are you in it? Are you playing like the DLC at this point? Because I only got the Cove DLC, but I didn't get it until I was in step 3, so I kind of got to go back and kind of restart my playthrough just to do the DLC stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna do the DLC of the other characters though. It'd be good, but I definitely need to like spread it out. Cove let his gaze float over to the small sea of guests who were moving onto the floor, his hands twisting in his lap and his lips pulled into a line. Bro. If you've completed the game once, you had Step 1 and Step 2 DLC when you first started, but when you're playing Step 3, you didn't have the DLC, and Step 4 wasn't released yet. You now have all the DLC. Oh my lord. Okay, so you've been playing from like almost beginning of when this came out. Okay. I wanted the game when it first came out, but I didn't have the money. Yeah, April of 2021. Dang. Yeah, I wanted it when it first came out, and then I forgot about it. I lost the title. I'm like, oh, shit, I don't remember that game that like was released in really no. Found it again. Which I'm glad I did. It's very nice, very cute, very wholesome. Makes my little romantic heart flutter because I'm just like, oh, it's so cute. Also, Cove is really like me in like a lot of ways, and I'm just like, what the frick? Which it's interesting, but also it's like, why? Why am I like this? As weird as it is to say, this game helped me through a hard time. Was working at a horrible place when I first got into the game and sleeping. Hey, I mean, it's nice to hear that it got you through a good time. It got you through a hard time, my bad. Yeah, like, I can see definitely how this game is very comforting, too. But, yeah. I'm glad that it did help you get through that. And I can... It definitely is one of those games that very much seems like it brings the mood up very much. And other than... Also, it just kind of helps you, like... Not only, like, find bits and parts of yourself, but also just, like, help learn about other things too that are just parts of the life. It's very nice and very sweet, and I love how much detail the developers put into the game too. Yeah, some moments are absolute tearjerkers. You're so right. I'm trying to remember how many times I had to not cry. I don't know if it's been in the DLC or not, so if it was in the DLC, I'm absolutely gonna cry like a baby, most likely. But out of the ones, I know there were definitely ones that I'm gonna cry so. And then with a breath and a lift of his hand.
Well,
Wanna dance with me? Of course. Of course, baby boy. His face lit up. You could tell even beneath the dim light. Hey! Accepting Cove's outstretched hand, you rose from your seats together and stepped out onto the floor. When you had found a spot for yourselves amongst the other guests, you turned and faced them standing close. But Cove gave you a small smile as you looked up. He seemed a little nervous, of course. I don't really want to spoil anything, but depending on how you play or how into character you get, Step 3 is ending before the Step 4 DLC was released. Well, that made me cry like a baby several times. Oh. Okay. I get really into character. Here's the thing. I get really into character. Oh no. Oh no. That means I'm gonna cry for sure. Uh-oh. That's honestly something to look forward to, not gonna lie. That means it's really good. Oh. Phil gave you a small smile as you looked up at him. He seemed a little nervous. Yeah, I would be too. Some of the crying was of course because the game had ended and my journey with Cove had ended. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like even like with knowing that I have the DLC, I would still cry. Even knowing that, I'm probably gonna forget at some point and be like, wait, I can play it again. Oh, I don't know. Not for real. Oh, he admitted with a slight squeeze to your hand and a sheepish look. You gave him a reassuring grin and nudged a little closer to him still. It's okay, I know. I know how to. I think the only real dancing I know how to do is like ballroom dancing. Not gonna lie. I don't know how to do other dances. If I do, I am very like bad at it. Unless it's like those choreographed ones, like Cupid Shuffle and stuff like that, because it just tells you what to do. With a familiar face full of affection, he let go of you and raised his arms to slide both of his hands behind your neck. Aww. You wrapped your arms around him in response. Together, you gently swayed to the music, moving your feet in time to the beat. You're not really good at dancing, but you have an injury to your ankle, making dancing more difficult. Oh no, I'm sorry. I mean, as long as you can have fun. As long as you can have fun, that's what matters. Cause yeah, oh, injuries, I swear. It was nice just being here like this in each other's arms. You didn't have to worry about whether you knew the right steps or not. There was always a way to make it work between the two of you. You substitute dancing with singing really. Oh, you went nice. That's very true though. Cause yeah, I think like if there's choreography given to me and I learn it, I'm fine, but that's just because I was in musical theater in high school. So, but yeah, I do replace things. Because it's like, you're either expressive through movement or through voice, and I think both are very wonderful and very important in their own. Yeah, I would take singing over dancing because I don't got that movement. I did take dance for like 1 year and then I couldn't do it. I'm sorry if you heard that. That was my neck. Cove leaned his head in nearer to yours, his forehead so close to yours that they almost touched. His breath was warm as he let out a contented sigh, tickling your skin. You really do look so good tonight. You're such a stunning person. You clean up pretty well yourself. You took guitar classes in high school, but didn't really keep up with practice. Yeah, I mean, I taught myself guitar, but yeah, I haven't really kept up with the practice either. Like, it's in my closet right now, but I haven't brought it out to play in a while. I still only know, like, the very simple stuff, but I also only play acoustic, so it's kind of like, I can only play so much. I can only play so much. But it's still very fun. Very fun nonetheless. And I have a kalimba in my closet too that I need to learn. Because I really like the sound of a kalimba. It reminds me of a music box. And I really love music box sounds. He chuckled softly as you took a second to admire, turning your eyes down the strings. Have you had a nice time? I hope you did. Yeah, it's been a perfect evening. His bright eyes stayed locked on yours, studying you with unmistakable adoration. Thank you for saying. You're still here, just like you promised you would be. Why would I leave? Baby boy, what? Your heart felt light as you continued to sway whilst holding your most beloved person. So glad to be able to share more with him. A lot has happened, huh? You nodded faintly. You weren't sure if he meant just today, this summer, or your entire time knowing each other. But it didn't really matter. It was true either way. Thinking back on the years that you and Cove have been neighbors, it was difficult to even try to reflect on it all at once.
I'm so glad.
Oh, I'm so glad we had. He gave you a soft look and you beamed, knowing that could also mean many things. But from his tone, you were certain he didn't only mean here. It was more than. I think we have to tell your dad thanks. No fucking way. No shot. Sorry. I think the most complicated song that I learned how to play was Hotel California. Nice. Frick, I don't remember what the most complicated song I learned was. Because I think the most complicated songs I learned, it literally was just either repeating the same verse over and over again until it got to the chorus. No, even sometimes the chorus was the exact same. So I don't know. Yeah, because even like Hallelujah was very simple. Hallelujah was really simple. I know I did Servant of Evil. God, I don't know. But I at least do know that the reason why I got into guitar was because I grew up playing Guitar Hero. Yeah. Nowhere else I'd rather. You loved him, fully and completely you did. His smile widened and he pressed his body against yours, resting his head on the crook of your neck, stroking the back of your head. Oh. The main reason Hotel California was complicated is because of its use of bear cords, specifically one bear cord. Oh no. Bro, I had enough trouble trying to do the F. I had enough trouble trying to do F because my hands are not coordinated like that. I learned how to do it, but goddamn, I did not get that complicated into it. I'm still at like beginner level because I was so inconsistent with it. Also, I was also inconsistent with it because like I would play at horrendous hours, like right at the butt crack of dawn, and like almost like I literally played at dawn and dusk, and my parents would complain. I'm like, so. But that's also when I sang, especially in the shower. I'm just like, oh, I can't do shit here. But I also can't do shit here at my apartment either. So, you know, oopsie. But this is why I usually stream at these times, because my brother's not home. He's fine with it though, but yeah. He really didn't play or practice at home because I lived in a trailer growing up and the walls were super thin. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Bro, the walls are super... Even in my apartment, the walls are super thin. But, like, at this point, like, if they want to file a noise complaint, I'll let them. I'll let them, but they never have. So I'm like, oh, okay. But, yeah. That makes sense not to play or practice at home, though. Where did you practice, though? Where did you play and practice? Was it either like over at a friend's house or something like that? Because I mean, I probably would have. Yeah. I'm not gonna bring that story up, but yeah, I would have if I could have. Tighten your grip on him and let your head fall against his shoulder. As the night drifted on, you held each other, swaying to the music as if you were the only ones in the room. Oh, at school. Oh, you took the guitar class as an elective. Dang, you had those as an elective at school? We didn't. Our electives were like orchestra and band and choir and language classes. We didn't have a specific guitar class. I kind of wish we did. But I don't really have friends in I didn't really have friends in high school, not really. Yeah, I feel that, Evriel. I feel that. Like, I did have friends, but like, it's not like I could have like gone over to their house with my freaking guitar. But their parents were just as like, you know, right? So, yeah. I feel it. I feel it. I'm sorry about the not really having friends in high school though. It sucks. But it's okay. You got through it. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Most of the friends I had were online, and that's still the case, which I don't mind. Yeah, most of my friends are online too. I think, yeah, for most part, my friends were online. I thought very much that I was like, yeah, I need to have friends outside. I do now, because of my old job, but yeah, most of mine are online too. And like you said, I don't mind either. It's just good to have like a group of people that you can like trust and hang out with and stuff like that. It's very what's it called? Reassuring that you do have them too. Just because it's like, you know, and it was probably like similar cases as to why they have their friends online too rather than in person. Everyone goes through their shit. Unfortunately, but yeah. Cove was at a loss for words for a long time, enjoying the food, but you didn't mind. You were enjoying it too. The party eventually started to wind down, and at last it came to an end. When the main lights turned on, you blinked against the brightness of them, making sure you still had Cove in your sights. One final speaker came up to the podium on the stage, thanking all the guests for coming and wishing everyone a good night. It was bittersweet to see it come to a close. Your time with Cove here was precious, at least the memories could be with you. Giving the space one more look, you walked together with Cove out to the parking lot. The other guests were doing the same, so you got stuck in a bit of a crowd. Though Cove was so tall, you could always see him, and it was easy enough not to get separated. Bruh. Yeah, that's easy to not get separated as long as like holding his hand or something, because I am short AF. I get lost in crowds very easily. The parking lot itself was quite big, and even more noticeable now with fewer cars blocking the view. It took a little while to actually locate Cove's car across the expanse. Eventually you found it, and the two of you bundled inside the vehicle and buckled up. You're tall, but you like making your MC small. You know what? Fair and valid. Fair and valid. Oh my god. I don't think I mind being small. It's just the fact that, like, in situations like obviously getting lost in crowds and stuff like that, I don't like that. I'm afraid of getting lost in crowds because of how small. It also like worries my friends. Like if we go to a convention together, like they're worried that they're all of a sudden gonna turn around and I'm not there. But also, this is my fault. I am very much this person that like if I see something that I want, like I don't even like I will say, hey guys, I'll be right back, or I won't even say that. I'll just like go off and do what I need so that I'll come back to them. But they're like, wait, where did they go? And I'm like, oh, and they have to go look for me in a panic, and I'm like, and they're like, Jesus Christ, where'd you go? I'm like, sorry, I thought it was just gonna be a moment. Or I say, it's like, oh, well, I said I was going to go look at this and be right back. And he's like, we didn't hear you. I'm like, my B gang. Oh, also, if you are 18 years or older and you would like, you can join our Discord if you would like. We have a fun time there. It's very nice. It's a very nice atmosphere. We all just want to chill and have a good time. So if you want to meet some new people and have fun, why not join us? But yeah, freaking being small has its benefits, but also it's a curse. It's good but bad. This is why, at least at conventions and stuff like that, I need like that, like those baby leashes, like it's a little backpack critter, and then like you can like have me on the leash, like the cord that extends, because at least at that point I can't like go too far. I might clothesline people with it, but like, you know, it keeps me by you. Sometimes I wonder why I'm like this. But I don't know. I was supposed to be an agent of chaos, so. The trip home was quiet as you both silently reflected on the experience. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it was all over just like that. Outside your window, the surroundings soon became familiar, and you found yourself back in your neighborhood. Cove pulled the car into his driveway and put it in park before letting out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Yeah. After climbing out of the car, he walked slowly down to the road, Cove coming over to stand beside you. You stopped in the middle of the street, right between your house and his, and turned to him, finding him in the process of opening his mouth to speak. Strangely, he clamped his lips together, as though he had suddenly thought better of it. Thank you for taking me tonight. Thanks for coming with me. No, after this, come on. After this is the only time I say kiss is good. Okay, needing to be close again before the night ended, you pressed your lips against his in a gentle kiss. He smiled as you separated, running his fingers over the side of your face.
Night.
Oh. With the last wispy smile, he left towards his front door, figuring you shouldn't linger in the street for much longer. You crossed the remainder of the road and when you reached your house, you pulled out your keys and stuck them in the door, trying your best to be silent about it. Opening the door crack, you turned back and looked at Cove from over your shoulder. Your eyebrows lifted in surprise to see he was doing the same, holding his front door open, but waiting for you to go inside before he did. You shared an amused smile before you both stepped into your own houses, locking the door behind you. It was quite late, so everyone else was already asleep. As quiet as a mouse, you tiptoed up to your bedroom and changed out of your formal clothes into your pajamas. Now that you were finally home, you were exhausted. You brushed your teeth and got ready for bed in darkness before crawling out of the covers and letting out a heavy breath. It was still strange to think about how that was it. The build up to the event had felt like so much. Now it was completely behind you. Your mind was busy with rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. As unconsciousness creeped up on you, you felt more content. It was a big deal, but there would be more in the future. You could accept what it had been, and you could dream about what you'd get to experience next. And then you were taken away from dreams right back into reality by a sound. Your eyebrows pinched together, fully unprepared to be a part of the waking world again. The day was over, and it had been eventful. But you heard another noise. It was a tapping. Your eyes flew open. The window, there was a tapping that came from your window. Cove Holden. You went over to let the guy in. Nope, I'm rushing over to that boy. You tumbled out of bed, taking your blanket with you. You left it on the floor when you scampered over to the window. Bro, I would. You saw through the glass that Cove's eyebrows were raised, and you suddenly realized that, in your rush, you hadn't taken care to be quiet. He had probably heard you crash to the floor. Yes, Cove, my boy! But that wasn't the matter at hand. You flung open your window and faced him completely, with nothing separating the two of you any longer. You had not been surprised to find Cove awkwardly crouched on your window ledge. However, you were taken aback to see that he was a little overdressed. Cove hadn't changed out of his formal clothes. Bro, what you been doing? You also noticed that he was perched clumsily. You didn't know if it was because he was trying to keep his fancy clothes clean or if he felt weird about something. His body was too stiff and awkward. Even given that Cove was normally all thumbs, he looked off balance, significantly more than usual. Cove smiled sheepishly. Hi. Why are you here? How come you're dressed like that? It's nice to see you, Romeo. How come you're dressed like that? You moved aside to let him climb inside. He cautiously stepped down by stretching his legs over. Strangely, he didn't use his hands for support. It was clear to you now he was holding something. What? When he was safely on his feet, he briefly checked out his clothes, twisting around to see the back of his pants. He caught you looking and shrugged.
I mean,
I did go home after the event, but I knew I wasn't gonna be able to settle down. So I just walked back out. Oh, I needed fresh air and time away from everything. He paused for a moment and raised his clasped together hands where you could see them. But then something happened and, well, so I have something. Cove grinned like a child and gently unfurled his fingers, not being able to keep you in suspense for even a minute. Oh! Carefully sitting inside was a tiny yellow light. It blinked off and then on again. A firefly. Aw. Delicately, he moved his hand closer so you could see the creature. They're back. Oh my god! I love the CGs! He closed his eyes, his smile now faintly illuminated by his insect companion. Oh my god. Remember the first time I caught one? I could barely manage anything because of that neon pink cast I was stuck with all summer. Yeah, the CGs were so amazing. You were still stunned by what was happening, but couldn't help snickering when Cove did. It was thanks to you that I finally held a firefly in my hand. You're welcome, Cove. Honestly, I didn't think I'd see them this year. Don't know why. Just, they were kind of late, and I guess I've been worrying about a lot of stuff lately. You could tell that the firefly genuinely lifted his spirits. He seemed at peace, and he wanted to share that with you. The fact that his first thought after discovering the fireflies was to come over and celebrate the joy with you made you suddenly feel very cherished. Cove opened his eyes, but he looked away, not making sense.
it's nice.
Really nice, I think. Even if the fireflies disappear for a while, it doesn't mean they're really gone. They'll come back. I can see them again. I can understand not feeling like you're gonna see fireflies, especially lately. They just don't show up much anymore. They really don't. They really don't. Like, where I live, maybe I'll see them on the trail, the bike trail, but not really. And it's really sad. I wish. Welcome back, Embers. We're looking at the pretty CG of Cole. Kiss him, kisses him. Yes. You smell. Technically, fireflies aren't even gone. There's eggs and larvae. I'm gonna smile. And then you looked at the firefly keenly. There was definitely something poetic. You felt a warmth in your heart. Both looked at your face, his smile now fragile. It makes me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye, and then we're together again. Day after day, year after year. Even if our time apart gets longer, it doesn't make it forever. You'll always be there, whenever you want to see me. Ah! Ah! No, the first one. Bruh. Ah. Your heart started to pound in your ears, and all you could hear was blood rushing. A hopeless romantic heart. Fuck. You looked at Cove and found yourself fixated. The one thing you were aware of was your rapid pulse in him. It was as if your entire relationship was playing over in your mind. Every step that led you. Everything from the first night you met, to how you started as little kids who were good friends and grew them closer. The first time you saw fireflies together, to the first time he snuck in your room, and then to every other moment you shared. All of it came back to you. Hope's expression had turned curious as you left him waiting wordless. He tilted his head in a question. His lips parted to speak, but you heard. I love you so much. Oh. With your confession, the world stopped for a second. Hope froze. Ah! Why? He's the crybaby too, I forgot! Then as if your words had turned a faucet, tears began to fall down Cove's cheek. He silently mouthed something that you couldn't make out a word. Oh. Oh no. Hey! No. I mean, he's a crybaby, but I am too. You stepped closer and closer, removing the distance between the two of you. Oh. He covered his mouth with a hand. He must have forgotten about the firefly resting there. It flew off into the night with a clink. He used his other hand to shakily reach over and interlace his fingers with yours. He gripped you tightly as he started sobbing harder. I'll wipe away his tears, even though I'm probably crying too. Gently, you took your free hand and wiped his tears away. Ah! Loved him so much. Ove removed the hand from his mouth and used it to hold the back of your head. You brought your face to him, bending his neck down to be closer to your level and your foreheads pushed together. His voice trembled, it cracked, and it shook. Yeah, you get so many options to be a bully and tease Cove. You really do. And I'm just like, I don't want to do that to my boy. This was raw, straight from Cove's heart. I love you. He closed his eyes tightly and repeated himself, but now he could say it firmly. I love you. His aqua eyes sparkled when he opened them again. Fresh tears poured out with an outburst of emotion.
Sorry.
I'm sorry I can't get us together. It's just, I tried so much to love you quietly, secretly, and that being it. But I really wanted you to feel the same. I wanted you to love me back. I wanted to hear you say it. I just kept thinking, what if you didn't? Maybe what I felt was too much, and I didn't know how to handle that. I didn't know what to do. But I didn't want to put any of that on you either. You weren't doing something bad. Everything you do is right and wonderful.
I'm always like this.
Yeah, I'm always like this. Ah! It wasn't your fault I had to be like that. I'm just like that. He leaned in closer, hiding his face from view, his lips trailing over to your ear. He whispered, but you love me. You love me. He moved his head back, so his forehead was centered on yours. Then he closed his eyes. He shook. The hand you still held was trembling. I'm so sorry. I'm really always like this. He's the boy. Kiss him. You pulled him into you, kissing his lip. He returned it desperately. Oh my god. Cove managed to bring a fragile smile onto his face. He was still shaking, but there was something decided about him now.
I love you.
Ah! Ah! My heart! My heart! He repeated it more as if to make up for all the times he didn't let himself say it before. As he spoke, his tears dried up and his breathing became more even. The reaffirmation helped him calm down. Thank you for telling me. Hope's smile was bolder even as his voice wavered, and he ducked his head with a childish shyness. He clearly fought against getting emotional again. You really want to play the second game with me when it fully comes out? Bro, oh my god. I have the demo. I haven't played through it yet, and I'm like, oh boy. Oh boy, if this is how this one gets, how's the next one gonna get? Oh god. Ah! Bloom. I admit I'd love to do the same. I enjoy voicing characters. Yeah, voicing characters is very fun. Voicing characters is very fun. His watery eyes, his mussed hair, the tears still drying on his cheeks. You loved him so much. You've always been lucky, haven't you? No, I needed to tell him. You love voicing villains or shy characters. That's what I love, the duality, Ember. I love the duality. Hove held the sides of your face but moved his thumb down to softly brush your lips. It was exciting, huh? Okay. He wanted to keep touching you and you wanted that too. Whoa! Hold up! What is this? I went too emotional to this. What is this? Lips, neck, all over his face, and a hand through his hair. You're fucking comment on him? Guys, this got way too, like... Whoa! I mean, this makes sense. Trust me, it doesn't truly get not safe for work without the Patreon content patch. Oh, no! I know! But, yeah, I know it doesn't. I'm just a very shy noodle boy. I'm just a very shy noodle boy. Sorry, that was just whiplash for me. That was just whiplash. I did not expect it to go from crying to this. He began to bowl Cove into a kiss, and he welcomed it. Both of his hands cradled your head gently. He was full of sweetness for you, and eagerly you took it. Absolutely. It didn't take long until he shyly parted. His face was a little red. Cove beamed at you, and then kissed you back once more. A brief but solid stamp of... Yeah, from crying to I'm putting my hands all over you kind of whiplash. Exactly. I'm like... To the confession to this. They are teens. Yeah, what, they're like 18 now? And it's just like... Bro, maybe this is just me. Because I never really had anyone, like this with me, but yeah. Is this step 2 or 3? This is step 3. No, yeah, no. This is step 3. Nuh-uh. No fucking way. Yeah, no, step 2 the 13. Yeah, step 3 there, yeah. I was just about to say, I was like, no way is the step 2. If this happened in step 2, I think I would not be able to. I would not live with myself with that. Okay, ran a hand through his hair. You stayed close to him and used one hand to comb through his hair. He leaned into your hand when your fingers got deeper into his strands. Grove tilted his head and brought his mouth to yours. Your lips delicately touched, too brief and slight to be a true kiss, but enough to be exciting. Slight touches were because he was also using his mouth to mumble something, although you couldn't make out any clear words. I'm glad it has the satisfied you pulled away choice here. Because I bet you could get, like, even more, like, intimate and stuff like that. Actually, here. I'm putting that there. Just because. I may go into it on my own time. I may not. Who knows? But this is, like, actual, like... I feel wrong for going, like, I feel wrong for, like, even thinking of going into these other things. And this comes from someone who reads hardcore yaoi. I'm sorry. That's fine, I pull away. You took a step back from him and tried to still your pounding heart. Your pulse, your breath. Oh. It took a few deep breaths to focus again. He did the same, leaning his head back and covering his eyes with one hand. He was as red as could be expected. Definitely bashful, but honestly, he looked plenty pleased. You couldn't help thinking about... No, absolutely, I'd tell him. I hope we get to spend our whole lives together. Oh no, he's gonna cry again, he's gonna cry again, no! Oh my boy! Oh no! Baby boy! Cove's expression crumpled again. He wasn't able to tamp down the newest wave of emotion. His eyes watered once more and he took a few heavy breaths. I hope so too. Oh. We could always be together, always. Have a place of our own. Okay, we're taking an ad break. Fuck! Ah. Thank Christ, there's an ad break! I need a moment. Hold up. Excuse me. Oh my god. Oh. It's one thing to get like that in a game that you know that you're supposed to do, like, you're supposed to do that. Is another. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, oh no, 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 no. Ah! God. I need to calm down. That was... I don't... Oh, no. My heart. My heart, my feels. Welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. Oh my lord. Okay. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Oh my god, I think I'm okay. I think I am. Okay. I don't know about kids. I don't think I could do kids. Pets? Just the two of us. They're there. Yeah. I mean... See, I would say just a pet, but no, come on. You get one pet, they gotta have a friend too. I'm sorry, I live by that. I've done that all my entire life since growing up. If you get one pet, you gotta get another one so they can have friends. I would like to have pets, even if they are just fish. So pets. You and your partner mutual need a pet each. Exactly! Exactly! They get one, I get one. They're the best of friends. Come on. Oh my god. Again, I don't know about having a kid though. I don't know, Chief. I don't know. Like, I've actually been asked before. It's like, do you want kids? And I'm like, probably not. If I do have kids, they're probably gonna be adopted like me. Because I don't think I want to bring into the world whatever I got in my head. I just have so many, like, health issues. I don't want to bring that onto a child coming into the world. As nice as it would be, I don't think I want that. I don't think that'd be good for the child. Do you think so? He laughed brightly.
Of course.
Of course, but Sue, you think I'd leave Hoshi with Dad? Your parents were initially disappointed that I was attracted to the same gender. But like, I don't want to have kids in the first place. The very idea of having to change diapers for years. Ugh. Oh, I mean, that's fair. I mean, yeah. It's the thing though, like, depending on like your kid too, like, changing diapers is a freaking struggle. I'm gonna say that right now. I had to help out with my nephews growing up, and oh my god, like, my brother never really asked me to help change the diapers, but like, I knew for a fact that if I ever needed to do that, of course I know how to do it, right? But oh my god, that baby would be getting too many baths. I am such a germaphobe, so definitely that would not be good for the baby. it'd be very sterile, but that means they wouldn't be able to get the immunity to some things. But I mean, yeah, your parents can be disappointed in you for liking the same gender, but like, come on. At the end of the day, it's your life. You can like who you want. Thankfully, my sibling never asked me to help change my nephew's diapers. The only thing they ever asked was for me to watch over their kids while they go back to grab something from their car. Nice. Nice. Yeah, for my nephews, I would just look after them and stuff, play with them, here and there and stuff like that. It was nice. It was nice when I could keep up with them. So, like, the first nephew was fine. Second nephew, ooh, I felt, I could not keep up with that kid. I could not keep up with that kid. He wanted to do this and that, and he was like, hey, wanna play Roblox? And I had no idea what Roblox was. Me and my older nephew vibe because we both may be autistic and ADHD. Older as in he's the older of the two. Yeah. I wish I could vibe more with my nephews, but they moved to more southern of the state. I miss them. Because the older of my nephews, he was my Marvel buddy, so we would like go out to the movies and watch the Marvel movies coming out. No, I can't do that. Like, I can always ask him because he drives now. It's like, hey, you want to go see this movie with me? But yeah. I do feel old though because one, he's driving. Two, oh my, I think he's graduating this year, and that scares me. And then thinking of the younger one, I'm just like, oh boy. Like, when he was younger, he used to ask, hey, wanna play Roblox? And I had no idea what he meant. So I was like, it's like, what's the game? And he's like, oh, it's this. So I was like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. And then, but instead of actually going on Roblox with him, I made it into like a physical thing, like where we were like running around and stuff. He was your gaming buddy. We talk about Skyrim and other games like that a lot. Nice. Or we'd ask dumb question of his mom just to get on their nerve. Oh my god, I love that. I absolutely adore that. Oh yeah, my eldest nephew. Oh, I miss him. He does do gaming, but I don't really know what else he does. I do. The little one again, like, he got on my nerves mainly because of the he grew up an iPad child, and I was like, oh. But he only grew up an iPad child because the mom just like was always on her phone and never really paid attention. And then the dad, he always had to work and stuff like that because he worked as a teacher, and then he'd be tired all the time. So yeah, but I miss him. I want to know how he's doing. I want to know how they're doing. But yeah, grew up an Xbox kid rather than an iPad child. You know what? Fair. I grew up, you know what? I don't think I grew up with any like particular video game console. I know I had the GameCube and the DS. Oh my god, wait. I was probably like a Wii kid. I love the games on the Wii. Oh. And then like Wii Fit was great. Whatever ones Guitar Heroes were on, I played Guitar Hero so much. I think that was Xbox. Now that I think about it, but That was like one of the games I could play endlessly. I was admittedly also a germaphobe growing up, so after hitting the age of 8 or 9, I stopped wanting to play outside altogether. Oh. Yeah, around... I think it was after middle school, my germophobia, like, hit really hard. Because that's when I stopped, like... well, one, interacting with people. That was also when a lot of things were happening, though. But, like, my germophobia just got worse and worse. I stopped, like, sharing pencils. Like, to be honest, if someone asked for a pencil and I gave it to them, I'd just be like, just because either they were gonna ask for it again or something like that, but I did not want that back in my pencil box. I did not want that back in my pencil box. But yeah, I only say high school after middle school to high school because at least in middle school I was still playing sports. But yeah, there even came a time where I would not go in the pool anymore at my house. Yeah, I hated them too, where they ask and they chew it. It's like, bro, I don't want that anymore. I don't want your slobber on my pencil. I don't want your slobber on my pencil. Slobber on your own. And then it's like they all of a sudden the next few days they come and like ask for another pencil. It's like, what happened to the one I gave you? What happened to the one I gave you? And they're just like, oh, it broke or I lost it. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna supply you with pencils. That's your parents' job. Fuck you mean? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not here to provide you pencils free. If you gonna be asking me for a pencil like every like few days, you gotta pay me. You gotta pay me at least like 50 cents to $1 for those. They're expensive. At least because I always had mechanical pencils on me. I don't know, I like the way they did. It felt warm being able to talk about this openly. You like to imagine the life you could have together. And now you could do it. He rubbed at his scarred arm back. You know, I thought having to grow up for real was gonna be so hard. I didn't know if I even could, but well, maybe it won't be that impossible. Mood! So, I mean, I better make sure it's not, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Finally, he was able to laugh softly. The tears were nothing but salty remnants on his cheeks. He brightened up as if finally able to process the absolute joy of night. Baby boy. You felt good too, and took a little more time together. Simply exist in the new dynamic. Except Cove looked into your eyes with a soft, slightly shy expression. There was hope in his smile. Growing up is pain. Bring me back to the good years of not having to work or pay taxes. Exactly. Okay, literally, once you grow up, your free trial of life, yeah, it goes out the window. It's no longer free. You have to pay for everything. Like, I should have, like, if I really go think back on it, I should have taken my parents' offer up on letting them still, like, pay for my food and stuff while I lived with them. Because, you know, that would have been nice. I would have actually been able to, like, save money and stuff like that. Like, I actually would have. But, no. I said to my parents, no, I'm gonna pay for my own food now. I'm gonna pay my own rent and stuff like that. Like, bro, I literally didn't have to, but I told them, like, no, I'm doing this. Even though I lived in the same house with them. Literally, it was just me being like, okay, I live in the same house, but I'm gonna take care of my own things. It's like, Like, I paid rent. I paid my part of the bills. I bought my own food. I just lived in their house. Which was wild. Big, stubborn, small Hoshi. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And it was just because I wanted to try to learn to be more independent and stuff like that. But also, I was just like, I felt like I wasn't doing enough too. Because, like, I wanted to prove that even though all the hard years that I had gone through during high school and stuff like that, well, in a lot of my life, but I wanted to prove that I could be somewhat self-sufficient. I mean, I definitely was, but unfortunately things came crashing down again. Like, it was fine. Like, even when I moved out with my big brother, like, we were fine for a while, but then switching jobs and stuff like that kind of... Yeah. I had a good, like, 2017, 2018. I had a good, maybe, like, 5 or 6 years of working after high school before everything went crashing down. So, you know, at least I was able to do that much, and I still am able to, like, pay my bills and stuff with disability. So, you know, good enough there. Good enough there. I'm still managing my money too, so at least I got that going. At least I got that going. I'll go if someone wants to see the fireflies. Do you want to go to the hill with me? I bet there's still fireflies. Let's go! Cove brightened. He was practically bouncing at the thought of a secret excursion before he suddenly became bashful.
So
How should we leave? We could just try the door. We don't have to do the window thing, but maybe that'd bother your family? We both chuckled at how awkward it would be if your mom's, or worse, Liz, saw you going on a midnight firefly catching trip. You'd be sure to avoid that. Your parent forced you out of high school in your last year. You had 4 credits left. I wasn't against it at the time, but now I really regret letting them. Dang! Wait! Why'd they force you out? The heck? It was 4 credits! It's 4 credits! What? Have you ever, gone back to get your GED? Or / high school diploma? My bad. Not yet, but I intend to. Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad that at least you intend to go back and get those. And hopefully it'll, carry over from what you did previously so you don't have to just go through it all again. But you just need to get those 4 credits. But as for why, I live the next city over from where I went to school, so it was... Oh... Okay. Long trip. That's fair. I mean... Still, though. Like... I live where my school was. I basically lived across town, so they didn't want to keep making that trip every day, even if they only had to meet the shuttle halfway. Oh, huh. I mean, yeah, if they just dropped you off at the shuttle, I mean, that's fair. I can understand that, especially with gas prices going up. But god dang. I feel like if only they like tried to work it out instead of just, you know, pushing you out of, forcing you out of school, you know? At the time, gas prices were insane. I think. Yeah, okay. That makes sense then. What does this economy come to? You can't have shit in this economy. But yeah. Hey, I mean, you know what? You're a dork. Hey, hold on. I may be a dork, but real, I remember gas prices in my area a couple of years prior to that, reaching like I'm so glad I haven't seen. Well, no. At one point, I did see it get to $5, but that was abysmal time. Ember, no. I'm a dork. I mean, okay, actually, I should say this. Like, I had to make like this little like I made a little doodle, a sketch of me with glasses because I do wear glasses. So just seeing that like on my face with my eyes, it looks so fucking silly. Because I even have to like make like a on my design I had to make like a dangling necklace one for my chest on. But yeah, gas abysmal prices. I mean, again, it makes sense, but I wish they could have like maybe worked something out with you. Even if it was like like they set aside your work for a week and then you go get it and then you have time to do it and stuff like that. Like you just go and get it all at one day and then you do that for the next week and then so on and so forth, because at least then you could have finished. But yeah, it's understandable, but also at the same time a pain. Anyway, we're leaving through the window. Let's go through the window. Cove nodded in understanding. You grabbed some shoes and readied yourself for an adventure. I'm still in my jammies. I'm still in my PJ jammers. You were glad that there was no way you'd run into another soul outside. Cove would be way overdressed, and you were still in your jammies. Yep. You let Cove go first. He stepped back onto the ledge as you carefully followed. He shuffled along, and soon you reached the garage. You plan to use the fence from there to reach the ground. At least I'm good at. Cove shakily climbed down to the fence and pulled it tightly with a death grip. He hesitated for a moment and then let himself to the ground. He leaned against the fence and projected hushed words up to where you were waiting.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? You want help? Not a raised brow. I got it. It's okay, but yes, please. Yes. You got to the edge and let Cove spot your descent. He grabbed you about halfway down and brought you to rest firmly on the ground. Cove gave you an encouraging smile, but neither of you risked speaking yet. You briskly snuck behind the house and up to the white poppy hill. Oh my god, that just reminded me of the movie, the Japanese animation, like, we're on Poppy Hill or something like that. It was something Poppy Hill. That was so sad. And, like, okay, well, like, getting over, like, the semantics of, like, oh yeah, technically they're related, they're cousins. Ugh. You kissed your partner on the teeth? Ember? Ember? You good, hon? Was it an accident or did you do it on purpose? If it's on purpose, what are you doing? If it's an accident, I can understand. I've never had a partner that I ever did that to. Okay, thank Christ it wasn't on purpose. It'd be silly though. It'd be really silly. I think I had a partner that kissed me on the cheek. And that was because I had no idea what they were doing. When it comes to the romance department, I may be a hopeless romantic, but I'm also very dense. And don't know what's going on. Gove was right. The entire hill was lit up, insects twinkling here and there. Their pale. Gove let out a contented sigh, finally able to relax in full. He strode further up the hill to better enjoy the view. You walked along as well, letting yourself be surrounded by the twinkling display. Then, without warning, Gove flopped onto his back, paid no mind to smacking his formal attire in the grass. He doesn't care anymore. He put an arm under his head and stretched the rest of his leg. He was clearly getting quite comfortable in the dirt there. Our first kiss, our teeth clashed together. It had been a while since I had kissed someone in his first kiss. Oh, that's cute though. Like, come on, that's cute. It's like obviously like one that's gonna be a memorable first kiss. It is embarrassing, but that's cute. Aww. Yeah, that's so. Hey, I mean, it worked. It worked. I wish I wasn't so, like, scared of kisses and stuff like that. Like, at least on the mouth. I'm very, like... But I also, again, like, the demisexual thing, like, I won't feel anything about it unless, like, obviously, I know them, I trust them, and stuff like that. But yeah. Did I tell you I both asked him out and asked him to marry me? Oh? I think I remember you just telling me you asked him out, but I didn't know you also asked him to marry you. That's sweet, though. That's sweet, though. Aww. I love that for you two. I love You know what? God, I would lay down in the grass, but dude, I can't even. I have a hard time sitting in the grass nowadays. He didn't know I was asking him to marry me too. He said no at first. Oh. Oh, baby boy. Baby boy didn't know what was going on. It's okay. I probably would do the exact same thing. I'm gonna sit down. He looked down and found a soft-looking spot to sit. He brushed some of the longer grass aside and settled in. Said no at first. He's great. I wonder if Dad would be mad at grass stains. He tugged at the collar of his shirt. He didn't sound concerned, just idly curious. At least they're dark. If you're lucky, he won't be able to tell. His smile bent a little and it went silent between you. The only sounds were the rustling of bugs in the breeze and the faraway crashes of waves on the sea. Couldn't help but reflect on what happened only a brief time earlier. Between this and your room, this almost felt like a different world. Was it even real? What happened between you two? You could almost be convinced it wasn't, and that you had never actually stopped dreaming. You stole a glance at Cove. He caught you and blushed. That little reddening reassured you. Cove remembered, same as you, what you had was real. Oh. He thought it was a promise necklace, like a promise ring. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can see that happening. I could see that happening. Oh, yeah, I'd be very confused too, because if it was if it is a promise ring, I definitely would not take it. But obviously, yeah, engagement, that's a little, ooh. Yeah. He jokingly said no, then was how sad I was, then saying yes. Oh, then saw how sad you were. Yeah, realizing that I would have, yeah, bro. I'd be like, I'd have to be like, wait, are you serious? Like, this is just this, right? And it's like, you say no, it's like, oh my god. Yeah, oh my god. God, I really want to find that person that I could be able to call my own. Like, I want to find my other half so bad. I think I might have, but I'm very scared of going out and, like, asking him. Then it took him from taking pics and then eating the cake to understand. Yeah. Bruh, my brother in Christ. My brother in all that is good. Oh my god. He's like me for real, for real. No, I either want to catch fireflies or dance again. Do what we did earlier or do reminisce as we were children? Oh shoot. We're catching fireflies, boy. It'd be kind of a waste if we were out here and didn't try to catch fireflies. Let's do it. Cove turned his head towards you with a bent grin. I think that sounds like a plan. You smiled at each other and Cove rolled his fancy sleeves up. Then he clambered up to his feet, full of bug-catching enthusiasm. You got up and brushed off your clothes. A pesky blade of grass tried to stay stuck to your back. Oh, I hate those. With simultaneous nods of your heads, you both ran around the hill, trying to take hold of the flying creatures. Every so often, one of you would succeed, like the children you once were. You would race over to the other to show off your catch. What had actually changed? The fireflies were as bright as ever, and you laughed together the entire time. And then he had to propose to me to make it real to him. Hey, you know what? That actually... It's like, what? Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, did this actually happen? Hold up, I gotta do it myself to see if it's real. You know? It's like, I'm not just making stuff in my head. This isn't just in my head, right? Oh my god. That's so silly but cute. I love it. I love it, I love it. That is so sweet, though. I love that so much for you. The hour grew late, and the fireflies mostly dispersed until only a few stragglers remained. Then even they blinked out of sight, leaving you alone with Cove in your thoughts. Cove stole a second to release the words that had been filling his head during the quiet. Ah! He thought like Cove that it was a dream the first time I visited him, that when he woke up, it would be a dream and that I would be gone. Oh. Oh. Bro. I love you. You felt a great deal of happiness. Cove's expression was completely open, honest, and full of sincerity. He meant every word. He truly loved you. No matter how much it didn't seem real yet. He's very like Cove. Aww. Felt as though this was a night that would never end, but you knew it would happen all too soon. You were only grateful to have been a part. These were moments that really treasure. You'd never let yourself forget them. Ah! Bro, that was the charity one? Okay, so like I said, I'm not doing the DLC ones. I'm gonna make another run through with the DLC ones, but oh my god. Ah. Okay, so Drive's the last one before we see what the frick is going on. Like a lazy cat, you stretch your arms above your head and yawn, blinking your eyes sleepily. How does it know? How does it know I do that? Huh? How does it know? The day was warm and pleasant, and you were lounging on the couch in the living room, finding it difficult to do much in that moment. Your moms and Liz had gone out shopping, looking for some new items for your sister to take back and decorate her college dorm with. They had asked if you wanted to go with them, but you declined. For you, today was all about relaxing. Cove had dropped by to spend some time with you, content to join in with doing nothing. The two of you had been chatting idly as you lazed around, talking about the other things you had planned for the summer. Nah, we'd be cuddling. Get over here, boy. He had an arm loosely slung around your shoulders as his head dipped down against you, while you were nestled against his side, enjoying the comfort of his company. The day dragged on, and you found yourself yawning more and more often between conversations. You had almost dozed off completely when suddenly a buzz rang out, disturbing the silence. Your phone was on its charger in the kitchen, so it couldn't have been that. Cove pulled his own phone from his back pocket and checked the screen. His movement had jostled you, so you tried to readjust your position to get it right again.
Oh.
It's my mom. After leaning forward and setting the phone on the coffee table in front of him, Cove hit the speaker button. Hey, what's up? Hoshi's here too.
Hi.
Hi, Cove. Hello, Hoshi.
Oh my god, look at her! Oh my god, first time seeing new haircut. Hi, Kira. That's so cute. What? Hey, Mom 3.
Kira. Cove, baby, I wanted to ask you if you have a plan for all your junk.
Cove made a small, outraged grumble, giving you a sidelong glance. What? He told me it still feels like a dream, a long one, and that he hopes to never wake up. Oh, that's so sweet. That is very much like that. So I love when I hear about that kind of stuff, because that just means like it's a very ideal, good relationship. I love that. That's not junk. It's important. Though you couldn't see it, you could tell by the sound of her voice that Kira was smiling.
Aha.
But is that a yes or no about the plan?
He looked over at you, his mouth pulled into a tight smile.
I'm still thinking about it.
Koshi. I'm gonna take the phone off speaker so me and my mom can go. It'll be quick. Cove carefully moved you off him and took the phone from the table before pushing himself to his feet. He hit the speaker button again to turn it off and continued the conversation with his mom as he headed towards the door. God damn. The lock clicked behind him as he exited the house, and you sank back onto the cushions, idly trying to decide what to do next. After electing to grab your own phone from its charger, you resumed your position on the couch, tapping away at the screen. Your mind drifted away from thoughts of Cove and his phone call, with all the many ways your device could distract you. It was an effective enough way to kill the time, and you had managed to do various little things when the door opened again and turned. He gave you a smile as he approached, so you figure the conversation couldn't have gone too bad. You watched as Cove strolled over to where you were still sitting. He crossed his arms against the top corner of the couch, resting on them while bending forward to lightly kiss the top of your head.
Hey.
I'm back.
Grabby hands. Get over here. The skin was warm beneath your hand, growing hotter still as the blush spread over his cheek. You ran your fingers through the hair at the sides of his head, coming back to give his chin a small affectionate squeeze as you crinkled your nose at him. So, good news or bad news? He turned his head suddenly, running a hand through his hair and letting out an exasperated breath. He seemed nervous, but couldn't imagine why.
Fine.
It's fine. Not anything to worry about. You raised an eyebrow at his tone, moving your head to the side to try and meet his eye. That doesn't explain what's going on. He shrugged and gave you a tight smile, trying to play whatever it actually was off as unimportant. There's nothing going on, just stuff I can deal with later. Some of it. He was transparently avoiding the truth, and you stared back at him seriously, an indication that you weren't going to ignore what he was doing. Eventually, he broke beneath your stare, hanging his head in his hands and groaning. Need to make another trip to my mom's place. There's some stuff out there that I'm gonna use, so I'll have to go pick it. It wouldn't make sense to ship it, and I couldn't bring the stuff back with me last time, since Oh. Suddenly you understood what the phone conversation had been about. Cove was going to drive to his mom's house in Nevada. When will you go? Mom thinks it would be best to do it now, while I'm still kind of free. But Cove pouted, giving you an unhappy look, and you could see the prospect was already taking a toll on him. I don't want to. I was just there, and for even longer than usual. Why do I have to leave right now? And it's our last summer like this. You laughed, not knowing why he was being so difficult. You thought it was cute, you wanted to say. You can hack it! I don't want you to go either. You shook your head affectionately. You can hack it. You could. No, it's definitely cute, he wants to say. And I would shake my head affectionately, I would. He was always dramatic. Bro, I would be doing this too. Looking up again, you met his bright aquamarine eyes, finding a sad smile tugging on his lip. Oh. Suddenly his eyebrows jumped and his eyes lit up like a lamp. You could come with me. What? You should come with me. I mean, I get that the two of us live next door to each other and my mom lives in another state. My trips there are usually to spend time with her, just the two of us. But this time it won't be like that. All I'm gonna do is drive over, stay for a night, and then pack up the car in the morning and turn around again. Most of the time we'll be spending in the car, so it'd be good to have another person there. Plus, you'd have a chance to see my mom again and her place. Maybe we could even find something cool to break ahead on the way. You couldn't stop yourself from laughing at his enthusiasm. He blushed a little, reining himself in.
Please?
I just feel like it could be fun. Please? Could you think about it? I'd love to. When do we leave? I'll have to let my moms know, but as long as we've got nothing else important on the days we pick, then there's no reason I wouldn't be able to go. He grinned from ear to ear, thrilled by the news. Yay! Road trip! He put both his hands on your cheeks, kissing your face all over, having to bend down far to do so. Hey! But he didn't mind it a bit. Then he wrapped his arms around your neck, letting out a happy sigh.
So glad.
So glad. This is so great! I'll call my mom back and let her know right now. Aww. You spent some time together going over your schedules and making plans for when you could take the trip. You needed to fit it around both of your work schedules, which took a bit of doing, but came together. Luckily, it was only a 2-day trip, so finding a couple free days in a row wasn't impossible. It wasn't long before the dates were finally set and all the plans were made. Excited. I'd be excited too. Wait, I just said I'd be excited. Of course I'd be excited. Jesus. A short trip sounded like the perfect way to spend some time. You could listen to music, eat snacks, and enjoy the open road. No matter what you thought about things, the morning when you were due to leave arrived. It was cooler than usual, the sun barely peeking over the tops of the house. You stood outside your house on the footpath near the road, waiting for Cove. You were feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep and an wake up. With your travel bag clutched in one hand, you watched as Cove finished packing up his car. He had organized all sorts of things, water bottles, snacks, and who knows what else. Cove insisted he had everything under control and didn't need help. At least you could rest easy knowing that it was all taken care of. Oh my god, he says that and I'm like, that's usually what I do. I'm the one that makes sure we have everything we need. I usually do the water, snacks, toiletries, stuff like that. I'm just like, bro, please. Ah! I'm usually the plan maker. I do that for cons and stuff. I always did that for like trips and stuff. As you waited, you glanced over Cove's car. You knew it well. It used to belong to Mr. Holden, and when Cove had learned to drive, it passed to him. His dad had taken the opportunity to get a newer one. It was pretty old at this point, but it had served both of them well so far. You just hoped it had enough life left in it to survive a trip as long as the one you were embarking on. The slam of the door closing made you jump. You snapped back to focus and saw Cove was walking towards you. He dusted his hands off on his pants and tilted his head to the car. That's it, ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. He smiled and stepped aside, giving you space to situate your own bag where you wanted. Once everything was safely inside, he glanced back at you.
All right.
We should get started. It's gonna be a ways to go. Hug him. Aw. He seemed surprised, but he chuckled and returned the gesture. It couldn't last for long, though. Time was of the essence. The two of you climbed into the car and buckled up. Cove in the driver's seat, you sitting shotgun. His eyes moved to you.
Thank you.
Thanks again for coming on the trip with me. Hey, I'm doing this for me too. It'll be fun. After checking the mirrors and starting the engine, you pulled out of the driveway and the trip began. With a small sigh, you got cozy in your seat and watched the familiar houses in your neighborhood pass by. Cove reached over to turn on the radio. A crackle of static mixed with the old snippets of song filled the car as he flipped through the station. Mr. Holden's car was in good condition, but it was, well, older. There was no way to plug in a phone to play music, so the radio had to do. Eventually, he settled on classic rock station before sitting back and resting both hands on the wheel. Is this okay? Yeah. Of course. Classic rock, amazing. No, literally. I love that. I'm glad he's happy with the end. Time flew by, and with it, the scenery outside your window became more and more unfamiliar. Oh boy. Neither of you spoke for a good long while, but the quiet was comfortable. You had become all too used to each other's company over the years. Eventually, Cove broke the silence, clearing his throat softly before he spoke. It's been too long since I've spent time with my mom. I know she still comes to the neighborhood sometimes, but it's not even once a year. I'm always going to hers. I'm happy the two of us are doing this. Yeah, me too. Your elbow resting on the windowsill, you gazed out at the world that was slowly coming to life as the morning rolled on by. The sun climbed higher in the sky, forcing you to adjust the visor overhead to keep it out of your eye. Hey, do you mind reaching back for me? Cove gave you a sidelong glance as he drove, indicating with a nod of his head and a tiny smile. I want some chips, the salt and vinegar ones. Salt and vinegar, it's good, but definitely not the first one I would choose. I love how it's like, that's a great flavor. I don't know how you can eat that. You didn't give a comment on his selection. You don't. I just like I guess it's either classic for me or I don't know. I mean, I'm usually just a classic. If I get any of the others, it's probably like this. But I'm just not gonna comment on that. Salt and vinegar is amazing. Honestly, probably my first choice if I'm not going with dips. Oh, you know what's fair? Unless we're talking Ruffles, then it's specifically cheddar and sour cream. Oh, yeah. True. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I'm not much like, I haven't eaten like crisps in a while. I kind of have a kind of want some now, but I need to go. Actually, I could wait until my brother comes home and then ask him, like, hey, can we go out and grab something real quick? He'd be fine with it as long as he's not tired from work. Oh, because I also have to do something else, but, you know. I can grab chisps. I can go drop off that package I need to. I can what else? I don't know. We're talking with dip, a party-sized bag of Lay's with 2 of the little cans of jalapeno cheddar cheese dip. Ooh. You know, I've never gotten the cans of cheese dip. I kind of forgot that there were the cans. Not gonna lie. But yeah, oh my god, that sounds yummy. That sounds so yummy, frick. Go to the bag holding the snacks. It took a bit of effort to sort through the collection of goodies stuffed inside, but eventually the bag of chips crinkled beneath your fingers as you pulled them out and sat back to your seat. Here. You're hungry, so I talk about food. I know, that's fair. Hunger. Oh my god. Surprisingly, I'm actually hungry too. I usually don't get hungry that often, but especially now talking about food, I definitely am hungry. I just need to figure out what I want. Because I have plenty of stuff here, but talking about chips really makes me want chips. Also, yeah, I know I'm saying that weird, but I usually say chips because here, like in the US, we call them chips, but like over the pond they call them crisps, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna make a fucking in the middle for y'all. Like, I call them chips. It brings out my lisp, but you know what? Oh well. Thanks. Do you mind opening it? His eyes lit up at the prospects of snacks, and you shook your head in amusement, popping the top of the bag. I don't think he should be grabbing into the bag as he's driving. I'll feed him. His eyes widened, a hint of a blush creeping over his cheeks, but he steadfastly continued to face the road. No, that's all. Can you just pour a few into my hand? Yeah, sure. Thanks. Both held out one outstretched hand. You did your best to have the chips fall into his palm, but some did end up on the floor. Oopsie! After that, you rolled up the top of the bag and sewed the chips safely in the back again. When you turned to the front, it was to find Cove crushing the fistful of chips into his mouth, crunching loudly. Bro! I could not do that. He wiped his hand on his pants absent-mindedly before gripping the wheel and spilling crumbs all over. Cove! I will always spout Cove is best boy. Cove is best boy, but god freaking damn it. Cove is so me-coded. Cove is me-coded in certain aspects. In other aspects, I don't know what this boy doing. I'm laughing at that. You couldn't stop the amused sound that escaped you, and when Cove raised a questioning eyebrow, you simply shook your head. Yep. The hours drifted by much the same way as that, with the two of you snacking and chatting as the day stretched on. It was fairly calm and quiet, traveling along the open road, and you found little in the way of interruptions. At one point you passed a "Welcome to Nevada" sign, and Cove gave a tiny cheer. He was in disbelief that the two of you were seriously all the way in another state like this. Eventually, you had to stop for gas, and made a detour at a small diner to grab a proper meal that didn't consist of chips and candy. Ah! Ad break! Ad break! I don't even know if there are ads, but ad break! Okay, but oh my god, my tummy's actually rumbling! Okay. Okay, well you don't hear this now, but I am getting food gummy. Oh, sticky. Oh. Sticky. Ah, sticky. The texture. Oh my god. I like the texture of these gummies in my mouth, but I don't like the sticky that it does to the flavor. How did I live like this? I tried doing the thing that I did as a kid, like lick my hand. That made it worse. Made it worse. Well, ad break is actually on, and I texted that to my brother. Just in case. Not even just in case. No. I'll wait. I'll wait for a response, because if I need to get dressed, because literally it's just putting pants on and changing my shirt. Whee! Ad break be done. Yippee! Welcome back from ad break. Nevada, the state that owns less of its land than the government. What? Wait, really? Wait, actually though? Wait, that's wild. I didn't know that. .1% of Nevada is federal land. Huh? That's actually wild. Okay, so we're gonna try to finish this one up, and then I gotta go, because then my brother's gonna come home. But that is the wild fact. Holy shit. After refueling both the car and your summit, the drive was back on, just as the sun began dipping beneath the horizon and bathing the sky in a wash of orange light. Cove informed you that there wasn't too much longer left to go. You're almost there. When night eventually fell in a blanket of darkness, the drive finally came to an end. Cove pulled into the parking lot of Kira's apartment building, the glow of the car lights disappearing as he turned off the engine and let out a heavy sigh. We made it. We're here. The two of you exchanged tired smiles, having successfully and safely completed one half of the trip. You were relieved to have actually arrived and eager to get out of the car and stretch your legs. You took the stairs up to the building together. After a knock, you were abruptly met by a flash of green hair as Kira opened the door and immediately took her son in her arms. Ooh. There he is, my gigantic baby boy. That's wild. She squeezed him for a moment and then pulled back so she could examine his face. Are you even taller than the last time I saw you? And Cove gave her a fond look as she patted the tops of his shoulders proudly. You say that every time I'm here. It doesn't even make sense right now. My last visit wasn't that long. Kira simply laughed before letting him go fully and ushering the two of you into her apartment. Then she turned to you, a wide grin pulling at her lips. Oh, she is so nice you came along with. And as a bonus, you both arrived in one piece. It's good to see you, Kira. It's been too long. Kira beamed at you both, and while you would have loved nothing more than to settle down and rest after the drive, you could see she wasn't going to let you go that easily. So, how was the trip? I admit I was just a pinch worried. Appreciate your concern, but it was alright. We made it without a scratch. Admittedly, much of Nevada was used for nuclear testing, so it's restricted federal land. Oh! Fair and valid. That is wild though. Like that they specifically chose a state to do that. Had to be Nevada. Okay. Kira clapped her hands together, the bracelets around her wrists jingling. I'm so proud. I can hardly believe how mature you both are. Where did all those smarts come from? Hove ran a hand over his hair with an awkward chuckle.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I got some from my parents. His mom looked up at him deeply, her eyes glistening as she shook the sentimentality off with a wave of her hand. You have to be half asleep already, huh? I don't want to keep you up much longer. Early morning in any hoozy. How do you want to deal with the sleeping arrangements? I've only got my own room and coves, though the living room couch isn't bad. Oh, she can use my bed. I'll just sleep on the floor in the room. It doesn't matter for one night. Kira laughed out loud, startling you both. You raised an eyebrow at her outburst, giving her a quizzical look. Oh, yeah, you'll just stay on the floor. You couldn't handle that much back when you were 13, with both your parents in the room. Oh. Cove blushed a dark red and gaped, completely unprepared for her to pull out that embarrassing moment from the past. Oh my god, yeah! Because I pulled him up to the top bunk with me.
Hey!
Hey, Mom! Yeah, I brought him to the loft area with me. What the? You were annoyed. She knows he's sensitive. Nah. My bro home? Yeah, I brought him to the loft area. Okay, sorry, I heard a horn, and usually my bro don't do that. His reaction if you try to kiss him is so adorable. I didn't do that. I'm gonna have to see, but I blushed because I brought him up there. Was it really necessary to talk about this? I'll take the floor. Both shook his head, dismissing the idea immediately. You're the guest. I don't want to take your bed. Well, I still don't want to take it from you. And I said it first. And I said it first! The two of you narrowed your eyes at each other stubbornly. Kira took that as her cue to step in. My house, my rules then, and you know who I have to side with. I'd like you to take the bed, Hoshi. You hesitated a moment, but it seemed you had to accept the hospitality. With a small sigh, you gave. Alright. Cool. So, would you be okay with me sleeping on the floor in the room? I'd rather be there than out in the open, even if there isn't. Yeah, come on. Kira giggled softly, drawing your attention back. Actually, let me ask my bro if he's here. Because if so, I gotta go. He was like, yeah, when I pick you up. Bruv. Yeah, if he's here, I have to end stream. But let me at least see, like, if he is here, I can, like, then raid out to someone at least. I do have a friend that's just vibing and chilling and vibing. We'll keep going until my brother says, though. Well, actually, I don't think that's a good idea because I have to get changed and stuff like that. So I'm gonna save this here. Okay. It's so weird, like, ending in the middle of something. Yeah, go back to the menu. Okay. Yeah, because I don't want to make him wait any longer than he needs to. Because he's gonna do his grocery shopping. Which, you know, we usually... Ow, ow. Which we usually do on the weekends. So... But thank you all so much for joining me for this. We're gonna finish that next one next time. Well, that one next time, and then we're gonna see what else there is. If, like, I don't know if it immediately leads me into chapter 4 or not. If it does, that's gonna be surprising. But if not, I don't know. But goddamn, you freaking Abriel, you told me that you cried a few times. I was so close to crying so many times. I was so close to crying so many times this one. I didn't think it was gonna happen, and then all of a sudden, bang! Cry! Cry right now! Cry! Oh my god. But it was really fun. It was really fun. I'm hoping that we get more stuff going. Next week, I don't actually know my schedule, so I'll figure that out by tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone who joined. Yeah. Oh, it'll go into the credits at the end of Step 3 Summer End, but Step 4 picks up after that. Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me that. Because I then, before Step 4, because that's DLC, I might go back and restart it to start from the beginning and do the Cove DLC from beginning. But then I'm only gonna do the DLC because we've already done the main ones. Yeah, and I didn't get the DLC for the other characters because I'm just like, no, I just want Cove story right now. If I feel it, I might go back to the other characters. But yeah, I was just like, oh, this story about Cove, I love him. But yes, thank you so much for everyone joining in. Thank you for joining in, Avriel, and thank you for the follow. I also saw you join the Discord, so I hope that you have a good time there. I don't know if you did it, but please make sure to do an introduction, whether or not you are a streamer or not, just because we like to know who's in there. Very fun, happy times. But yeah, again, thank you so much. Here is our raid message. We are going to be raiding out to my friend Kirby. He is playing web fishing right now. Kirby. He's doing web fishing right now. He's just having a good old time. Again, thank you so much for coming in and staying with me. Thank you for showing me the love and care that you give to me. Now we are going to send that over to Kirby. I'm sorry that I had to finish so abruptly. I just don't want to keep my brother waiting if he is out there. So, I will let you guys know what's going on for next week, because this month I'm doing like not too much stuff, just kind of take a little break for myself. But I love you guys and thank you so much. I will see you later. Bye bye. I love you. Bye.